where we've been, where we've been.
Okay. That would help.
Doesn't really matter. We're not voting today, we're just talking about
What needs to be done. Are you ready to get started?
We are ready, let's go.
Okay. Well, I think this started actually before I came on board, so it's been about 2 or more years that the revision process has been underway. Under state law, which is Act 33 of 2008, the planning enabling legislation, you're supposed to review your master plan every 5 years or so. And so that's why the review had taken place. It had been, the last revision actually took place in 2015. So a subcommittee was formed, and my predecessor, Sarah Traxler, was on the subcommittee, and there were 3 planning commissioners on the subcommittee. And as time went on, some of the subcommittee members left. They left the planning commission, and the subcommittee got smaller. And but eventually we got through it, and the process that was undertaken was, the thought was that the 2015 master plan was a pretty good one and didn't need to be revised too much, but let's go through that and see what needed to be updated. And so that was the process that we followed. And so the subcommittee went through it and made a number of revisions. And then we took it to the planning commission, and the planning commission went through it. And the planning commission made some revisions as well. And then that is where we got at that point. It was February, and that's when it was transmitted to the village council. Now, under state law, what happens is, at that point, if the village council is happy with what they see, generally happy with what they see, I should say, or happy enough.
It's acceptable.
There's different levels of happiness, you know.
Right, there are different levels of happiness. You can authorize it to be sent out to the surrounding communities, to Oakland County Planning, and to the utilities that serve the village. And they have 63 days to review it and comment on it. And that's required by state law. And so we have to wait 63 days and to get any comments that they might have. Oakland County takes it seriously, and they actually review it, and they might or might not offer comments. They usually review it, and if they don't have any comments, they'll issue a letter and that says that they think it's a great plan and they don't have any comments, or if they have comments, they'll tell us what they think about it. Sometimes the surrounding communities will have comments. Often, the utilities don't have any comments. But nevertheless, you have to wait 63 days. And then after that, the Planning Commission has to schedule a public hearing. And they have to give 15 days notice for the public hearing. And then there's a step in between there that I should mention, and that is, under state law, there's a provision that reads as follows. It says, approval of the proposed master plan by the Planning Commission under subsection 2, that's after the public hearing, is the final step for adoption of the master plan unless the legislative body by resolution has asserted the right to approve or reject the master plan. So back in February, I submitted a draft resolution to you. Hopefully you got that or you have some memory of it. And if you want to have that authority to approve or reject it, you have to act on that resolution. So if you decide you don't want to have that authority, then you just ignore that resolution, and the planning commission would be the final approval authority. Now, let me just make one final comment. If you do decide you wanted to have that approval authority, then let's say you got at the end of the 63 days and at the end of the 15 days for the public notice, and the planning commission approved it and they sent it off to you to have you review it, and you said, well, this doesn't look so good, or you had some comments and you thought it should be revised, the act has provisions for that, and it says, well, you've got to go back and forth until you get it to a state where both bodies can approve it. But hopefully you don't get to that point, because within that 63 days and the 15 days, you can work out any differences there might be. So I think that's where we're at.
Just to refresh my memory, Chris, what's the time horizon for this plan?
Well, it's really, well, first of all, there's the 5 years, but usually you look out 10 or 20 years.
And this plan doesn't take the place of a strategic plan,
No, it
correct?
doesn't.
Okay. Okay.
So in this plan was, our last plan was 2015, so this is officially the 2020 update.
Yes, but since it's,
Yeah.
So we'll be doing another one in a couple of years.
Well, no.
well, no, this would be,
Reset the clock.
Yeah,
this
we-
is-
we kinda
this is
reset-
gonna be,
kinda
uh,
reset the clock a little bit.
yeah, we're gonna reset the clock. This will be labeled the 2023 plan
Fair enough.
if we adopt it in 2023.
What has been done historically with like the 2015 plan? Did the council pass that?
I don't
such
think so.
resolution?
No, I don't think so.
So, what would that mean, though? Is it just an action of the planning
Planning
commission?
commission.
Yes,
It's a planning commission's document. They're the
right.
plan.
Some communities, the legislative body adopts it and some don't. I'll give you the reasoning why some, and Peter, you can reflect on this as well, but I find that in growth communities, the attorney, the municipal attorney often advises
Right.
the
Makes sense.
legislative body not to adopt the master plan,
Right.
because they don't want the legislative body to be locked in on the master
Totally.
plan.
100%.
And I totally disagree with that stance.
Oh,
Absolutely,
I wouldn't
totally.
vote for it. Because just think about this, this will appear in litigation.
That, and it
If we-
has appeared in litigation.
Right, but we're putting authority behind it to
Yeah.
the extent that we approve it. Right? Like I have,
Versus just using it as a referencing body, which is really
Correct.
what we're supposed to be doing when we're legislating, and which is our legislative acts are zoning.
Right.
And we're supposed to be relying on
But
that as
that's
something to
the
look at.
background.
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
One other question, can you walk us through generally the process the planning commission used for community input and priority setting as we start kind of walking through this document?
right, that's my concern.
Well, I think they, for this one, they relied primarily on what had already been,
Should we have any public meetings?
what input had already been gathered in previous planning work.
Okay, so they really did treat it as they reviewed and they didn't, it was a, what's the term? Update.
Right, they didn't conduct any new input sessions.
I'll just warn you guys, I'm going through the document, I've got some comments, so don't let me, I'm not gonna.
No, by all means. I mean, I'm sure I have the same comments that
Yeah.
you do. The first thing that jumped off was regarding the input, right?
Yeah,
For a number of reasons, and so I think setting the priorities within it, again, it's a 123-page document.
yeah,
So to the extent that these goals and objectives are being established by the community, or we're representing that they are, they currently are not, they're representative of the 2015 community.
well, and to that point, may I make a recommendation? I don't need to make a motion or anything, but you know, the last time there was a full-bore master plan update was 1997. When I did it in 2005 and 6, it was an update. When Connie Ettinger did it in 2015, you called it an update.
I wasn't there in 15. I thought I wasn't living here in 15. I thought that, that was an overhaul.
That is not my memory, but we can verify that.
I mean,
They did
So-
community meetings.
What do we call it in here? Do we call it the 2015 update, or do we call it the 2015 update?
Yeah,
No, what do we call the 2015?
Well, we just called it the master plan.
okay.
Well, we called it the update, I'm
So-
sorry.
An update. My point is that I'd like to not do any more updates. You know, what they did in 97 was, you know, I had only lived here for a couple of years and was not part of the process. But what they did was, for multiple citizens committees, hired facilitator consultants, got support from the county, and really dug in.
Right.
And I think it might be in another 5 years' time to do that again. I can live with this being an update this time, but I don't think we should do that again. Let's reset that clock, would be my proposal.
Meaning getting more intense community.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
I think that would be wise.
yeah.
I guess I would mention the one thing there, we had design recommendations and character study, which was from 2014.
Mm-hmm,
You know, and I think we we also had a SWOT analysis in 2015, I think,
mm-hmm,
where we had some community meetings,
yeah,
and I think that was, you know, it was a much deeper dive. You know, we all reviewed it, we all came in with comments. And I think, you know, this time around, we meant no editorializing with maybe one exception.
yeah, yeah.
So, yeah, that was my experience last time.
And this, and an update doesn't mean, and I think you would agree with this, Chris, that you give it to a committee of 3 or 4 people and they just write. That's, I mean, every planning commission since 97 has held meetings, has dug, you know, produced ancillary supporting documents. It's not that. What I recall from 97 that really was impressive was, you know, the council and planning commission had identified issues. One of them was traffic calming. And they formed a citizen committee around traffic calming.
Traffic calm.
Traffic calming.
Calming, it's
Calming,
like to bring
calming.
down.
Oh, I'm from Minnesota. Calming. And that became its own, they had like 7 different reports, one big report, and then several ancillary supporting reports. It was kind of a cool community exercise. That resulted in the stoplight and the no turn on red down on 13 and several other changes. So I just think it's a great way to involve the community.
So do we want to go through this with just people asking questions, or, and honestly, I was surprised at the few changes, but, and I'm okay with that.
Well, the document, the changes that you saw in the February 7th aren't all the changes. Those were just the changes that were between the last time the planning commission saw it and the,
Okay, so
so there were,
changes.
there were multiple changes.
Okay,
So there's another edition coming
Oh,
out?
there's, no. You saw the February 7th edition, and there were about 6 or 7 changes.
Okay,
And those were just reflecting from one planning commission to the next. But in terms of changes from the 2015 to what is this, there were multiple changes.
So this document is not reflective of where it's not a true red line of what is being proposed from now to what our current
Correct.
plan is.
sounds like it's true, yeah,
Correct.
right.
It's not this document right here is not a red line comparing the 2015 plan.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Right.
That would be,
It's just one of the most recent revisions.
it's the most recent, right, but it would be impossible to go back and do a true red line at this point.
I think that's a good idea for the future, just so that if we're making updates, right, we know, and particularly if we're putting any meaning behind what council's input is on it, to be reflective, to say, yes, we know the lineage of this document, I think is helpful. Because those are the material things, right, what the changes are.
So at this point, Chris, all the changes are underlined, right?
No,
No,
just-
from the latest
just
revision,
6 or 7 that, from one planning commission to the last.
Is this a PDF or a Word
that They
document?
looked at.
PDF.
We didn't have that
But if you do it online, you could just make comments,
on the page.
Pardon?
and then you just send him the,
I mean, if we had the 2015.
right, we could just compare the doc, right.
so Pam, you seem to have most understanding of this, and questions, do you want to just run through stuff that,
you know what I think council ought to do is, let's take a look at on page 9, there are goals. Tell me if this works for you, Chris. It seems to me that as the policymakers in this village, where we should be spending our time is not on text editing, but on, because it's all well done, I think. I mean, it's beautifully written. But I think where we might want to weigh in is, you know, are there goals that were missed or different than we think they should be? And
I think
Why
that's a
not?
good approach, yeah.
it'll help us get done in a half an hour.
so goal 1, village character,
Yeah.
preserve, promote, enhance rural Lake character.
So, just so that we're all on the same page, these goals that go up to 12 or what have you, they are not ranked in order, right? They're just.
No.
Okay, good.
And I think the whole thing is capped off by an implementation plan at the very end,
That's right.
which is worth your time to read, I think. I didn't have a chance to like match them up. My brain would do that, I wouldn't plan to, but like goal, plan.
Right.
Because that's going to inform our planning process,
Correct.
right? So I'll just start, and then, you know, you guys will know.
Jump in.
You guys will not agree with me necessarily. So goal number 1, village character, the phrase that starts the most fights in the village. It's the same definition as before. Do we like it?
Well, that's where this entire thing I struggle with, right?
Okay.
Because we didn't solicit community input.
Yeah.
And so to say that we're establishing the goals and objectives for the community without their input is just from a policy standpoint troubling for me.
I'm okay with the idea of planning commission and elected officials doing that, because in a way, they do represent the
No,
community.
I get it, it's representative democracy, but at the same point, it's kind of, I don't know. And it goes back to the standpoint of, I have trouble with taking this document, going through and saying, yeah, I agree with it, and then all of a sudden, it's being weaponized against the village and the priorities that we're trying to establish as policymakers,
Agreed.
based off of community input.
Absolutely agreed. And it looks to me that the planning commission did not, you accepted the goals that existed, is that right? And I wonder if that was a,
Yeah, boy, if you
A
look
good
back to
idea.
97, I mean, I'd be surprised if you're gonna find any significant change in goals. You know, in the number of, charrettes and roundtables that have been held over the history of
Sure-
Franklin,
sure.
you know, in general, the.
Let's take the last hot topic, right? The streetscape. Goal 1. How many times do we hear it's anti-village character? And yet a majority of the village voted for it. And so that is a perfect example of the words on this paper will be used against us, despite the fact that the majority of people voted for it.
on a, very personally, I don't even know if we need this objective,
Pardon? I didn't
this
hear.
goal. I question whether we need goal number 1. I think there, in a master plan like this, every other goal supports some aspect of character. Unless we're willing to figure out a
There
definition
is.
that we like and can agree on, I don't know that we need it.
How do you see it working against us?
The same way that one, if we adopted it, then again, if we tried to do something like the streetscape, right? And they said, they sue us for it, and they would cite to this, and it would be, as a body, you
And it would
committed
say-
to these type of things, right? But, again, noise from people that are going to be on the other side of the fence of whatever decision that we make, and there will be, saying, we went through an entire process that solicited community feedback to establish the goals and objectives, and now you as policymakers are trying to act contrary to that. And it's just, I want to be, I don't know, I feel like you get a 123-page document, and it's like, well, overhauling it is a beast. And so rather than giving it the true due diligence to reflect what this community wants to be, based off of the voice of the people, we're just,
I don't know, what voices though? I mean, planning meets, does anybody show up to participate? We meet, does anybody show up to participate? I question, yeah, there's always gonna be somebody out there that wants to pick a fight about whatever we do.
The master plan is not our legislative document.
And it's not a strategic plan.
Right.
Our legislative document is our zoning ordinance, and that's what it shows the snapshot of what today's world is.
Yeah.
This is a vision of what the community sees us being in the future, and that's why it's a plan. And us as legislators are supposed to rely upon this when we take our legislative acts in seeing this as what the village plan for the future is. Although what the plan for the future is and what's going on to now are different, and
Right.
the actions we take now are the ones that we're held accountable for.
How does
So
it-
if our failure to not follow the master plan, I don't believe is in and of itself per se some type of violation. If we continue to disregard or act opposite of our master plan, what it does is discredits our master plan, and then the ability to rely on it when we want to use it in our favor is hard to do, because you've just basically
Or the voters
disregarded it.
the voters will vote us out.
is the master plan used to set priority for the planning commission? Because we commit several pages to implementation.
Implementation, definitely.
So,
No, I'm not saying, my point was not that I'm saying.
No,
we
yeah,
shouldn't
yeah,
have
yeah,
diligent, but
right,
my
right,
point
right.
is your whole concern of this
Yes.
creating some
I think without an
precedential.
adoption,
Yeah,
we're
some-
fine.
Yeah, and if we're not adopting it as our action, the fact that we've inputted it and the fact that us or some council that is not us in the future chooses not to follow it in and of itself isn't like a summary disposition in
Yeah,
court
no,
to say,
I
well, we didn't
understand
follow the
that.
master plan.
Right.
I mean,
We
does
didn't
it-
follow the zoning ordinance.
Does
that's a
it say
different story.
anything,
understand.
does it say anything about golf carts in our master plan?
No, but it shouldn't.
But my point is simply that this is a guide,
Yeah, yeah, okay.
and that I'm not so sure we should get into the weeds over making sure that there's nothing in here that could ever come back to.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. What
I
I'm
don't think that's
saying
what he's
is,
saying.
yeah, not at all. What I'm saying is, I think that as we look at a 120-page document, if it is going to be guiding priority for instance, the planning commission, that we put the due diligence forward to make sure that those are the priorities that we want, rather than accepting a 123-page document because it's an animal to get through. Not just get through, but to overhaul.
But that's why it takes the planning commission 2 years to do this. I mean,
Agreed.
it's an onerous task to do this. And I'm not gonna make any recommendations about village character. I think we just should talk about the goals and what they mean. And are we resonating with them? Would we recommend the planning commission do something different with them? Let's just leave it at that. Because we can't negotiate a plan out of this,
Right.
in my opinion.
So is goal number 1
Have
acceptable?
we changed, that's what Pete said, and you made a good point, that if you went back and looked at these goals and objectives probably haven't changed in general over the last 40 years. So can you guys enlighten us a little bit into the extent that we are, because I'm gonna guess that, like, is traffic always been a part of that for the last 20 years? I can't imagine technology is there parts here that is reflective of the new Franklin, and what if it is again, keep our village character, rural setting, historic protection, all those things that have always been the case, and I don't think will ever necessarily change. But
keep up with the times.
keeping up with
and
the times,
what the
technology,
community
so-
asks of us.
So to the extent, is David's point, to what extent is these new goals and objectives a reflection of 21st century? And you don't have to answer that question now, but that's sort of the things that we're,
And that's what I'm
Looking
looking
for.
for as well. Yeah,
what's new?
yeah.
If anything, if we still think everything's the same, then okay. I'm sure that's the case, but if that's what, and I don't, it doesn't look like that necessarily is.
Did you guys talk at all about skinnying down the number of goals?
No,
Okay.
no.
Picking up on David Goldberg's comment, I would like to suggest that the planning commission take another look at goal number 13, technology. I think it's not a strong objective or goal as stated. We have some amazing people in this village who work in tech, and I wonder if we're taking advantage of what they know. But I think the goal is, I mean, the goal is facilitate appropriate use of up-to-date technology. What would an end result goal sound like? Would it be that every household has access to sophisticated technology that enables the lifestyle that most of our residents live, which is work at home and have high expectations of technical capabilities in their homes? I'd like a stronger statement there.
Or just enhanced communication abilities.
And I'm glad to see charging stations, because I think we need to make a commitment to electric vehicles. So I was glad to see that there.
Did you get my video that I did about that?
I hated it.
I wondered why you didn't comment. I didn't.
So we're kind of not not doing anything here. We gotta, are we gonna look at the goals or are we not? Are we okay with them as they're written? Do we wanna make changes? Is it too much to,
I feel that
To do?
they've done this work, it's good work, it's consistent, and I don't know that I want to fly spec it. I mean, I don't know why council.
I personally am less inclined to worry about fly specking it and more inclined to wonder how many village residents have actually had an eye on it before we move this forward.
That's the bigger question, and that is, we know the answer to that. I mean, we know the answer to
And,
that.
and the $20 million question all the time is how do we remedy it?
Well,
One thing for sure is, and particularly the way our village operates and our, and our technology, planning commission meetings are definitely less attended than council meetings. And at least now we've gotten to the point where council meetings are streamed live, whereas a planning commission, you've gotta watch it in retrospect. So it's almost impossible to get any input in.
right.
That's my
Although I
question.
have an idea
is to-
about that, which we'll talk about later
is-
tonight.
While we're doing one more review of this, should we schedule some type of something? It's been on my notes about chapter one since the beginning. These are my original notes when I was still on planning. Should we have any public meetings, charrette, as part of this?
right?
Well,
Maybe we
every meeting
schedule-
is a public meeting.
But maybe you schedule
Well,
a
no,
specific, yeah,
But a
specific meeting.
specifically dedicated hearing, maybe, again, we're talking, and again, this is something we're talking about later in the meeting about this sign, but these are the exact reason why, we've been complaining that we only have 600 email addresses out of, 20-some hundred homes. And how do we get information out to the residents without having to put together a mailer and have the administration spend time and money putting it together? We need ways to get information out and say, look, we're having a meeting on and I think it goes back to what you're
I mean,
suggesting. It might be one of the better ways to do
Mine
that.
is a
but-
basic, simple idea, and we'll talk about it later,
Yeah.
that I think will help, but we don't know whether it's ultimately
No,
gonna make
absolutely
that
not.
much of a difference. And I am reluctant to try to beat the drum to get people to come and look at things that are going to cause us greater controversy than necessary, I mean, this is a living document, it's been available for anybody who wants to know about it, just like our meetings are. And what else can we do but
You
make
guys did have a
ourselves?
scheduled public hearing following the process, which
Right.
gathered nothing.
Well, we haven't had the public hearing yet, but probably nobody will come to the public hearing, to be frank.
Oh, but if we market it as a come and talk about the strategic plan and market it as a community meeting, I think you'll have people come.
I agree, and I just am hard pressed to say that that's not a good idea. I mean, how do we walk away from this conversation saying, yeah, we want to move forward with the approval of a master plan without
Then let's-
comments from the people, or the opportunity to comment for the people?
Right,
Then let's schedule a
so let's
session.
schedule it, and then, but let the chips fall where they may, because if we do this and we prepare, and it's a big cumbersome document, if people don't show an interest, or it's the same handful of people, then at least, I guess we could say, well, we did our due diligence, we made it available.
And the truth is it goes back to the point of, sure, you can go through the implementation stuff, a lot of important stuff is there, but if you read through just the goals and just the objectives and just the policies, you can provide a lot of input just based off of 20 pages.
Yeah.
That is my feeling, yes.
Fine, so let's do that then.
I'd like to recommend, because we've been talking about it for the last 3 years and don't do anything about it, under goal number 9, either under goal number 9, village business, or a separate goal. I would prefer a separate goal and get rid of a different goal we need a communications a goal. We need a strong goal that reflects our concern for and the importance of communicating with our residents. That will give us a little bit of a boost to act on, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, David's been talking about it since he ran for election. You talk about it, I talk about it, and let's commit to something.
Right.
I would like to see a goal on communicating, using best
If you read this,
practices.
it does say that a little bit, and again, that's why I'm curious to what extent is a lot of this new text, and what is it reverberation of something that's,
I mean, we should always have communication, outbound communication as our goal. Goal. Why are you shaking your head?
Because I'm gonna present to you the absolute opposite.
Okay.
This is my third time in front of you guys.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you guys are the worst at communication. Could not be worse. You
Okay,
go ahead and
so-
continue your conversation.
All right, so I think that's always our goal, our objective, but the question is how do we do it beyond the levels that we're doing it? You know, I mean, we're constantly sending out outbounds, and I know we all try to respond to constituents.
There's outbound communication, and then there's there's two-way communication. And I'm talking about dialogue. I'm talking about two-way communication and making a serious commitment to that. We just haven't done a good job.
Okay.
And is it a land use issue? Meh.
I guess we'll hear about it.
It's a village character, it's a downtown business issue.
All right.
I mean, again, it's even outgoing. How would people have known about this meeting outside of looking at the agenda? It's not on the website. It's not listed on the website. Outside of going into the agenda for tonight. That's a problem. So we can improve communication. The answer is, how do we do it? We constantly focus on how we can be better, and we execute on it.
Okay, we're going to speak to that shortly.
So if some of us make a suggestion, this is a process question, you know, Chris, what are you gonna do with the suggestions? Do you wanna take, I know that Stuart and Peter are here. Are these-
On their own, so go on the website, look at the agenda, and click on.
Would they look to the agenda for something before the meeting?
Excuse me. Can I just finish?
Yeah.
How do you want to handle our input?
Well, I can take this back to the planning commission
Okay.
and discuss the goals and objectives, and I think it's worthwhile to go through those again, because I'm not sure that we went through them in the amount of detail that you're suggesting.
Feels like there's too many goals,
Mhm.
and there's redundancy to me.
Okay,
I'd encourage the planning, you know what, and if planning commission comes back and says, we're good, I'm good. I
okay,
won't mention it again. Because I'm gonna pitch a big, broader process in 5 years, if I'm still alive.
To your point, Pam, like, and I think, David, you were making the same point. If something's been on here since '97, for instance, we had an implementation plan for all of those objectives and policies at that time. How many have we accomplished, right? So is it time to start to move some of that stuff off, and that may be how you can slim it down? Have we achieved one of the objectives outside of it just being an abstract?
I think the planning commission, my opinion, has done a decent job of reporting back on, and they consider master plan goals and commitment and implementation planning when they set their priorities. I've seen that. They don't report specifically line item by, we can ask them to do that.
No.
But they.
I'm just
I
saying,
think
when they
do
go
that.
back and look at it, that if they see one of the objectives is, for instance, increasing, there was something around deed restrictions, okay? Have we passed an ordinance on that? If we have, do we still need it? Because we're suggesting we need further restrictions placed. Right, that type of stuff.
To me, the communication thing is, we all agree, we need to make some improvements. Let's put it as a goal next year, regardless of what the master plan says, and work on it. That's the way to get it done.
I also want to call out on page 72, you guys did a nice job the planning commission did a good job of listing accomplishments since 2008. I thought they were well done and believable and documentable, and I really appreciated that. Some of them I'd forgotten about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very notable.
Yeah, it's important. They did a good job of describing the impact of the improvements downtown.
In fact, that should be on our website, too.
I guess the other thing, and tell me if this is a strategic planning issue or it's a master plan issue, Chris and Roger. So and Bill and I have been talking for the last 3 years about how do we set up a revolving fund or create an organizational structure to allow the village legally to intervene in buildings that we consider candidates for demolition if they weren't historic. And we've got some of those. And, we've kept a hands off, other than strengthening some of our ordinances, but it seems to me that there are some opportunities for the village to be active in that area, properly executed. My question is that something that we talk about, our intentions? Is
Yeah,
it
I think that
in the
could be
master plan, or do we deal with it
implementation
administratively?
tool. In the implementation section, it could be identified as one of the implementation tools.
One of the nice things I look at these accomplishments, besides the farmhouse, coffee and ice cream, is Main Street, Oakland County, Main Street Health, Main Street Health.
Yeah.
Time and time again. So when we talk about what Main Street has done, a lot of those things down there have been because of Main Street. That's nice to see.
It is nice. I think the thing you could add to that business license subject note, Roger, is the fact that we created some stronger ordinance enabling annual inspections of buildings. I mean, we should have done it 20 years ago, but what was done, and it was a big deal,
So I'm looking at that particular item, and I'm curious as to what we would add to that.
Which one? The second to the bottom?
2020 Village enacted business license ordinance that requires annual inspection.
Oh, okay, well,
It's basically,
that's basically it, yeah,
Yeah.
okay. I'll withdraw that.
There's a gap there between 2013 and 2020. I can't believe there's nothing to add in that time period.
It's a good point. What happened in those 7 years? What are we omitting here? Anything?
The master plan was updated in 2015.
What's that?
I
Right.
said the master plan was updated in 2015. And whether or not there were items in there at that time that were covered in that period, I can't answer, of course. But we can certainly take a look at that.
Yeah,
I think.
because that is impressive. It'd be nice to fill it out if there's any gaps.
I think there are, things happening in the Village Center. I guarantee there's maybe there's some Main Street records on that. How did Main Street contribute to those 7 years?
If you take a look also at what that list of accomplishments is, it's talking about the village center.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And it's during that period that the village also focused on the rest of the village with the streets program, and a number of projects
We
like that that were enormous.
repaved streets in
We
2008.
repaved every street in
Oh.
the village.
Right,
Yeah.
right, right.
We started the tree program.
Right.
There was a
Right.
tree, that committee that you had that planted trees throughout the village, that was, we did a study of the urban forest and did a tree inventory.
And that wasn't just in the urban center, which was.
It was throughout the village.
Throughout the village.
Yeah, I think that's
But,
important.
but let's integrate all those
Yeah.
things
Right. It's
into
not just the
this,
village center.
and let's get that on our splash
It
page.
should be.
Huh?
It should be.
It's a
Yeah.
great start. It really is good.
Mhm.
So-
I don't even.
So I think the one thing we all agree on is we need some sort of public meeting to solicit input on the
Master plan.
plan as it exists today. Are we okay with that? Okay. And
Bill,
then,
was the idea that we would limit the focus of that discussion to the goals rather than the entire document?
no, I think it's the entire document.
I think that we might lose some people if we, again, this is a very overwhelming document for busy people, right? And so I think if we limit it to the goals and objectives, or we publish those specifically, and then say you can see the entirety of the master plan, we're distilling down the relevant and most material information that's consumable for people.
I agree with that.
Okay, you get,
Got
the
it.
goals are the summary and you got the detail if you want to read it. Okay, I'm good
Market
with
it that way.
Yep.
it. Okay.
So what that means is that kicking off that 63-day review period is going to be put off for a while.
Okay.
Stuart, what do you think?
Fine.
And then I think.
And we should probably reserve the church for that,
Right.
right?
Yes,
Yeah, we'll have to see how soon we can do that.
yep, yep,
Probably gonna be in October.
that works, okay. And then I think the communications issue is something that, maybe that goes back to the planning commission to look at, but I also think we as council members can work on that right now. What can we do better?
Yeah.
And make that one of our objectives, so.
Well, probably, the planning commission should work on the goals and objectives before the public meeting, so that they're comfortable that they have them
Yeah,
the way they
I
want
think the
them.
planning commission needs to own those, yeah, for that meeting, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else?
Not for me.
Okay, we got 6 minutes. This meeting's adjourned. Let's move on to the next.
We have a
I
minute?
didn't know if you were.
Yeah, we have a minute before our next meeting?
No, I know.
About 10 minutes.
2023 meeting of the Franklin Village Council to order. Dana, will you take the roll, please? Folks,
Gavel.
settle down, please. Yeah, thanks.
Gavel.
That's why we have one.
Okay. Hey, guys, meeting started. Let's calm down, please. Okay, Dana, go ahead.
Trustee Goldberg,
Here.
trustee Hanky,
Here.
president Lamont,
Here.
trustee Solly,
Here.
trustee Salter,
Here.
trustee Ehrlich. Here. Trustee Hanson. Here.
Okay, all present and accounted for. Adoption of the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve.
Real quick.
You need
Discussion? Yeah. Well,
Oh,
David
yeah.
jumped in before us.
Okay, we can get a
We'll
second.
assume David seconded it.
Yes, I second.
Okay.
We can strike the Committee on Pathways report. I want to wait until we go through the Planning Commission. Planning Commission has several priority items in their ranking list regarding pathways. So I want to get the materials with the Planning Commission and get alignment before we move.
Off the agenda.
All right.
Any other changes?
And I wanted to see if we can move the reappointments up so they don't have to be sitting here the whole time. Can we move that maybe to after bills?
So item 10D, move that to
Seven?
after, between
After
7 and 8?
7 and a half.
Are we okay with that?
Sure.
Okay, any other changes? Okay, all in favor of the revised agenda? Aye.
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 Okay, minutes. We have the August 14th minutes. Do you have a motion
Motion
to
to
approve?
approve.
Second?
Sorry.
Comments? What? No comments?
You're talking about the minutes, right? No? Right.
Very good.
Gone? All in favor of approving the August 14th minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, public requests and comments. If you have a comment, please step up and identify yourself.
I'd like to hand these out real quick.
Okay,
So the first document here is the Village of Franklin's permit requirements, and I highlighted the more appropriate things. So I've been before you guys a couple times, maybe my third time, and I really want to simplify this, and I can't simplify it more, other than giving you your own document, highlighting the important part of the document. And in that highlight, it specifically talks about any permit of any construction to abide by
Would you-
determining.
For the record, would you please identify yourself?
Yeah, sure. Jeffrey Weinger, 25866 Balsam. So in that document, it identifies what the requirements are to obtain a building permit, and that is to determine elevations and surface water drainage. I have given each and one of you packets, including a video of water that is emanating from my neighbor's property directly onto my property due to the fact that he's increased the elevation of his property. And I want to say that I really feel like Roger and Bill Denon, you couldn't have failed me more. The situation I am fighting through is brutal. And you were talking about communication. The video of the time I came before you, I made it clear that I have had no communication with the administration at the village level. Roger, you maybe can explain. Peter, nobody returns an email. Nobody returns a phone call. Nobody contacts me regarding anything, ever. I have filed over 20 FOIAs to try to understand where the village is. So the second document you have there is the site plan that was provided to the village of what was going to be done next door to me. What has been done has no reflection to the site plan that was approved. Bill Denon, who's in charge of nothing, Bill Denon has one job and one job only, and that is to ensure that codes are adhered to and that the plans that are submitted are done as per the plan that is approved and submitted. That has not been done. It is very clear. You can see that boulders have been placed to raise his elevation 2.5 feet higher than it used to be. Then I listened to Roger tell the board that there's certain circumstances where people do things under the radar and we're not aware of it. I want you to understand clearly, I've been in contact with Bill Dinnan for 2.5 years fighting this same story. Bill Dinnan has been completely aware, and the entire time, he has turned a blind eye, and he has not done anything for enforcement. The next two documents you have, after all the pushing I've done, Bill Dinnan writes a letter to the neighbor and says, you must fix this problem. We are aware you've raised your elevation. We are aware it's affected your neighbor. And this is 2021. Nothing has been done. The next time I came before you, we talked about it again, and Peter sent a letter to the neighbor, again, saying the same thing. Nothing has been done. As I stand here today, I had 8 inches of water in my basement. I gave you a video, literally, of a stream of water that comes across from his property right to my house. How much more simplified can we be? The Village of Franklin has a requirement, an ordinance. If we're not going to enforce the ordinance, just say it and let's tell everybody, do whatever you want. Because whatever you do, we don't care. We're never going to enforce it. That's what you have done. That's the message you've delivered to the Village of Franklin residents. Why would you send that letter, Peter, if there's no enforcement? What's just to charge the village?
If I can.
Please.
I did write the letter, and I had a chance to discuss this with Nancy Kolinsky of HRC, and she was in communication with Mr. Tucci, his next-door neighbor, and without putting words in her mouth, she said basically they complied, the Tucci's complied with whatever we requested.
What did you request?
I wasn't in discussions, I've never had any discussions with Mr. Tucci besides sending that letter to engage Mr. Tucci, and I asked him to contact Nancy Kolinsky of HRC. He did that, and my understanding, speaking to Nancy, is that he's remedied everything that he was required to at his, under those documents. I don't know what those documents are because I haven't seen them, but that was my last communication with Nancy last week.
So if I show you another video of the water coming straight east from his house, look at that site plan that I gave you. Look at the highlights on the site plan. It says existing stormwater drainage, and the arrow points north. Then there's another note next to it. It says continue stormwater drainage, the arrow's pointing north. All the arrows are pointing north. You all have a, what the heck you call that thing you put in your computer? I'm sorry, I'm not the most IT best. I gave you all a video of the water streaming east. I can provide you 100 pictures. I can provide you documentation till you're blue in the face that the water is not going that way. Roger, did I ask you to be a part of the conversation with HRC? Did I ask you to be a part of the conversation, period?
Yes.
And have I been?
You asked, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question.
Haven't I asked you numerous times to be a part of the conversation with HRC?
Can we get HRC and Peter and Mr. Winger and together, and let's go through this? This is not the forum, but can you do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me add,
And let's understand what the issues are and,
I'd be more than happy to participate.
what
Yeah.
the issues are.
I have no engineering background, so I don't know how helpful I'll be, but I don't mind participating. The reason why I contacted Ms. Kolinsky was that Mr. Weinger submitted a FOIA request on September 1st, right before Labor Day, and he wanted information concerning HRC, like 3 or 4 FOIA requests, so I was gathering that information. And I asked for a status update. She gave me that status update, that she thinks the Tucci's have done everything they were required to do under the plans and have remedied any issue. And I said, okay, well, if you've had any documents that are responsive to the FOIA request, get those to me. And she's in the process of doing it. I'll check with her, she's finalized it, but yes, I certainly don't mind participating,
Okay.
but I don't know if I'm the right person to do so.
So,
maybe not.
real quick, just Roger, I agree with your statement. I don't think there's anything, and thank you for bringing this up because it gives us a forum to become aware. But I don't think that we can really do the due diligence of all the parties that are involved. So if you could just provide a summary to council of just kind of the timeline of events for us to better understand in a summary format, would be appreciated. Thank
Okay,
you.
can I interject this one super important thing? There's 7 of you here. The 2 most important documents that we were speaking of, and it has nothing to do with our HRC's opinion, Roger's opinion, or Bill Dinnan's opinion. It means none of that matters. The first document, read it very carefully, how it speaks of surface water drainage and the requirements of the permit applicant. So that is the Village of Franklin's requirement. Then the next document I give you is a survey of the existing lot before any construction has been performed, and the elevations of that lot and the elevations of my lot. That's the approved drawing. There's no other approved drawing.
Okay.
Today, if we all walk there, drive there, you will see he has raised his property 2.5 feet. You can see the slope of the eastern side of his property, which is sloping towards my house, is nothing like the approved plan. So when I say you can gloss over it, HRC cannot, when I discuss it, I will ask HRC to provide the council a letter that the existing conditions after construction reflect the approved plan that you have in your possession. It's impossible, because what I've just
Okay,
said.
so let's get the firm facts down here.
Please.
So that we can,
But
Move
why is it
forward.
so hard? Why have I, can I ask Bill?
Let's-
No, I have one question to
I
you.
get it.
One question to you. I have filed over 20 FOIAs because Roger doesn't return my phone calls, Bill Denon
I
doesn't
get it.
return my phone
Right.
calls. I'm asking this, is it the directive of this council to have Roger and Peter and Bill Denon to act in that manner to a resident?
absolutely not.
Correct.
Then
And
why am I being subjected to
I've had
this?
some discussions with folks. I'm getting a different story than you're giving me.
Oh, that they
So I
contacted me?
wanna,
We're not gonna debate
I wanna understand
here.
it. And this, again, this isn't the forum for it. We gotta move on here. But we
All good.
appreciate you
I'm
coming
so glad
tonight.
you guys are on top.
We'll get in.
I'm looking forward to meeting with HRC, and then we'll continue the conversation.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Next.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Kat Phillips, 31265 Woodside Drive, and I just have a couple questions for you, more follow-up, and appreciate the time. Last meeting, there was a referral that the accident application was going to be moved to the Planning Commission, and for the special use approval following the process outlined in the municipal code. So I'm just curious if the Planning Commission has shared any information regarding their review.
They're not scheduled to do that until the 20th.
20th? Okay, thanks. And then, has there been a date set, or are we targeting a date for the public hearing?
I don't have the answer to that, but we'll find out and get you that.
Okay, could I
Should be at the
respectfully
next-
request?
Should be at their next meeting.
Well, I believe that the planning commission
Right.
has the
Has to
public hearing.
schedule it.
Yeah.
Right.
Has to meet first and then schedule it the
Correct.
next one, so it would be next month.
It would be
So-
October.
By virtue of the fact that a public hearing is to give the public an opportunity to voice their concerns or basically support of whatever we're talking about, I think it's important that we give the public some advance notice.
Sure.
So I would like to respectfully request at least 2 weeks advance notice coming out in email.
Cat will do what's legally required. I don't know what the requirement is, but that's what we'll do.
Can you tell me what the
I
requirement is?
don't know what it is. Do you
Can
know
we
what it
find
is?
out what the, maybe Peter
on
or
a minute.
Roger,
Can
do you
you-
know the requirement?
In terms of setting,
Just advance notice to the public before a public hearing.
generally it's 2 weeks.
Okay. Because I just, thank you for that, and I'll look forward to seeing that information come out. And then, in the meantime, I want to know if the process regarding the cellular tech implementation, including the accident application, has been put on hold so that we can move forward with our process, so there's nothing being continued while
As
we're
far as I know,
going through our,
nothing's happened. It's on hold.
okay. As far as you know, is there a way we can verify that?
There's been nothing done,
We just verified it.
and they're waiting on the issuance of our permit
Right.
after going through this process.
Okay, so the process would be the public hearing and then a determination based on the public desire at that
The
point?
Planning Commission holds a public hearing, and then they write a report to the council that would be sent to the council following their completion of their report and study.
Okay, so the report and study, would that include the voice of the public as far as?
What the public hearing is for.
Right, but I'm wondering what the implication of that is. Does a public hearing actually have a determining factor on the outcome?
Depends on what's said, doesn't it?
Okay, well, that's helpful. All right, great. And then one quick thing, I just want to notice that I couldn't help but notice that this public hearing for the public institutional zoning, which I'll be interested in learning more about, that public hearing was published on the 7th. That gave everyone for public comment 1 business day. So if the requirement is 2 weeks, I don't think that was adhered to for this public hearing regarding the public institutional zoning. And I know there's a lot of interest in various levels of I guess, desire or, not wanting to go along with this. And I think it's important that the public have a reasonable opportunity to be here. And 1 day notice, one business day notice is not what I would consider even respectful for the public. So, thanks.
What's she talking about?
11 or 9, I'm sorry.
What's the one
What
day
day now?
notice?
What are you
What's the
saying?
1 day?
It was the holiday. When was it published in the newspaper? Or it was never published in the newspaper? Does that,
All
does
right,
that
so then we
mess
won't
us
have
up
the
that we
public
can't
hearing.
have a public hearing then?
Okay.
Yeah.
Right? Can we not have a public hearing then in that
Well,
situation?
if we haven't met the law, we can't do it.
That's correct.
Okay, so we will not do the public hearing. Okay. Angelina?
Thanks. Good evening. My name is Angelina Salaka, 26172 Meadow Drive. I find it very refreshing and curious that the two public comments that were today had to correct the village on proper administration of the village and following the law. And I don't think that residents should really have to do that because our taxpayer money goes towards ensuring that our government complies with the own laws that it is there to make and enforce. Last month, we learned, actually 2 months ago, we learned about a secret meeting that President Lamont and his wife had with a federal congresswoman and her staff. Lunch was in the hundreds of dollars. No other council member or commissioners were invited. No council member was told of the agenda. There were no minutes. There was no brief out. And it was only revealed to council that said lunch took place because he asked for reimbursement for his hundreds of dollar lunch. When the attorney was asked for the opinion, no one has seen it. The ethics are questionable. There's clearly a conflict of interest using taxpayer money to possibly lobby a DC politician. We don't know. Lamont didn't apologize or take accountability for his actions. He does not think it is wrong, and he will repeat his actions as he has done so again and again, because no one holds him accountable for it, especially where it hurts, his pocketbook. When asked why he didn't disclose the meeting to anyone, he said, "I didn't think it was appropriate." So he thinks misusing his title to solicit private campaign contributions, holding secret meetings with federal officials to lobby them, abusing the marks of the fire and police department, and appropriating the seal of Franklin government is appropriate, yet inviting his fellow council members to a meeting that he says was to educate political officials wasn't appropriate. Well, I'm not sure the Attorney General will feel the same way. We'll see. There was a motion on the floor to have him reimburse it, and it was decided that, no, I think it's good with a verbal slap on the wrist. How many times does a man in his 70s need a verbal slap on the wrist before he stops the continuous cycle of corruption, especially with taxpayer money? After he asks our village to pass a millage in order to spend more money, and then he misuses it and abuses it. He must not have known the fire and police mark on literature. He must not have known he was supposed to ask the police and fire department to endorse him. I wasn't allowed to use those marks on my campaign literature. Lamont sent a letter using his public title, asking for private donations during the election. I wasn't allowed to use my public title. Well, that title belongs to the municipality. It belongs to the people. And you take an oath and a duty of public service to respect that title. Was that title respected? Did you fulfill your duty of the public trust when you asked for private campaign donations for candidates? If any of you or your residents think for a second that President Lamont doesn't do everything intentionally and strategically to serve his own interests, you are sorely mistaken. He conducts himself in a deplorable manner, using administrative staff and village resources to cover up his behavior, and then plays with taxpayer money like it's a game of Monopoly. For him and his handful of friends that he's conveniently placed in positions of power on village commissions and boards. It's patriarchy, cronyism, nepotism, and it's corruption. All of you took an oath to serve the people, and if you continue to let President Lamont control the agenda, the priorities, the money, and the direction of this village, everyone will suffer. Outspoken, ambitious, educated, and talented residents and professionals have been sidelined in this administration and bullied. Many have resigned, many have left the village, and many have moved out because they have been driven out by the suppressive regime of this village pioneered by President Lamont and his cronies. I urge you to require President Bill to reimburse the voters for his and his wife's private lunch with the DC politician. It wasn't his money to spend, it was the taxpayers, and I'm sure the people would want to see him pay for his own lunch. You, the residents, approved a millage 10 months ago, and I hardly think anyone who voted for that millage expected that it was to pay for your fancy secret luncheon with a DC politician. I yield the floor.
Any other public comments? Okay, reports of village officers and agents. Dan Roberts, you out there?
I brought witnesses with me. No.
You may need them, you never know.
So regarding the regular monthly police report, you have our written submission. There's really not much else to report in terms of crime and things. Labor Day went very well from a law enforcement perspective. As I'm sure Chief Tony will talk about, had a number of medical emergencies involving people in the crowd because of the heat mostly. And we had the usual, and maybe a little bit even less parking complaints about cars being parked where they shouldn't have been. But otherwise, all in all, pretty uneventful from a law enforcement perspective for Labor Day, which is a good thing. Behind me is Lieutenant Mike Bastinelli and his family. As you know, Mike is retiring Friday. It is his last day. He asked for a few minutes to address you all and talk about his time here in Franklin. With him is his wife Heather, his brother Mario, and his brother Brian. Between the four of them, they have between 90 and 100 years of law enforcement experience. And just a fantastic family. Obviously, I'm losing my right-hand man in the department when Mike retires, and we'll talk about that later, about the replacement and how that's going, but it's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, to replace him. He's just been an outstanding person to work with every day, and so I appreciate it. But he asked for time to talk to you all, so I'm going to yield the rest of my time to Mike.
But he's not on the agenda.
He is now.
Come on up, Mike.
Let me preface this by saying I didn't realize how hard this was going to be emotionally to write, but I'll try to manage through it, if you'll bear with me. Honorable members of the Franklin Village Council, fellow residents of Franklin and Bingham Farms, colleagues, friends, and my dear family. First and foremost, I want to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, for guiding me through my career and allowing me to carry out His will. I thank Him for providing me with the moral compass to execute my duties with integrity, for keeping me safe in the face of danger, and delivering me home to my family after every shift. His unending love, strength has been my refuge and source of courage. I give you all praise, honor, and glory, Lord Jesus Christ. I stand before you today, marking the end of my tenure as police lieutenant for the Franklin Bingham Farms Police Department. I am overwhelmed with a deep feeling of gratitude and nostalgia. When I first donned the badge, I pledged to uphold the safety and values of our community. With every decision I made, every case solved, every interaction with our citizens, I strive to ensure that Franklin and Bingham Farms remained a beacon of peace, safety, and unity. When I was hired by this village, Chief Patrick Brown introduced me to this council, some still serving. I was given the opportunity to express my appreciation for my employment, and I promised to give 110% of my effort to the villages and to my department. I will let you decide if I have lived up to that promise. So as I leave this profession, I was compelled once again to personally express my appreciation for my career and achievements the village has graciously provided me. Over the years, I have witnessed the growth, challenges, happiness, and sorrow all law enforcement officers bear to witness. And I have been blessed and privileged to work alongside some of the most dedicated professionals in law enforcement. I have been honored to lead, guide, and mentor many young officers and watch them become pillars of our community. Seeing them grow and evolve has brought me immense joy and pride. Their dedication reassures me that our villages are in good hands. As many of you can understand in any career, the people and organizations that become part of your life history, especially after 26 years, can be vast. As I will only have this opportunity once to do so publicly, I would like to say thank you to these individuals and let them truly know how much I appreciate them. I would first like to say thank you to all the residents of Franklin and Bingham Farms. I will miss serving you. Secondly, I would like to thank both councils of Franklin and Bingham Farms for their confidence and their support. Where would we be in life without our families? Heather, my wife, and my soulmate, for over 20 years, through happiness, sorrows, triumph, and trials, being an Oakland County Sheriff's Deputy and military veteran, she understands the dedication and work that goes into our profession. My wife has been there for me every step of the way. I thank her so much. I thank her for so many blessings, more than I deserve. She gave me my beautiful children, Michael, Alexandria, and Madalena. The love of my family and children drives me. The love of my wife and children drives my life and pushes me to be the best man and father I can possibly be. You are all my everything in this world, and I will love you always. I would also like to thank my parents, Mario and Karen, who were there when I began this journey. Unfortunately, God called them home before they could witness this day. I will never forget their dedication to family and their unconditional love they gave my brothers and I growing up. I am the man that I am today due to the morals and values that they drove into the core of my spirit. To my brothers Brian, a decorated and accomplished retired Farmington Hills Sergeant, my brother Kevin, a successful business owner, and my brother Mario, a decorated lieutenant with the Sterling Heights Police Department. Thank you, my brothers, and all my nieces and nephews. Thank you for your support, memories, traditions, and unbreakable love we share as a family. I love you all. I would also like to thank my in-laws, Richard Cicera, a retired 30-year police veteran, who was present for my swearing-in here at both villages. And my mother-in-law, Carol Cicera, a licensed practical nurse who has been helping people for over 50 years and still continues to do so. You have always been loving and good to me. Thank you. Now, I must thank a few officers from the Detroit Police Department whom you may not know, but were instrumental in developing me as an officer and the experience I brought with me from Detroit to the villages. Lieutenant William Brown, who taught me that loyalty has its rewards. Sergeant Carl Clark, who taught me that the power of suggestion is compelling and helped lift me up at a time in my career when I needed it the most. Sergeant Blake Johnson, who taught me that just because you can doesn't always mean you should. To the 10th Precinct Morality Crew, thank you for the friendship and love of teamwork. To my field training officer, Mark Golombieski, thank you for teaching me the ways of doing things by the book and letting me know that I would learn the shortcuts later. To all my Scout Car partners, Officer Vincent Bastine, Officer Daniel Satarski, Officer Jason Skazales, thank you, my brothers, for watching my back every day. When I came to Franklin, I had the benefit of spending time with officers who had invested so much time in the village, in both villages. They helped guide the way and taught me a lot about how the communities operated. I must acknowledge them as well. I would first like to thank Chief Patrick Brown. As I said at your retirement, Chief, some administrators draw their bottom line just below their name. You placed your name below the bottom line with all those you lead above it, while never forgetting that your foundation for your leadership began as a patrolman. Your level of commitment to the people you have served throughout your career and the compassion is unparalleled. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you, Lieutenant Bill Castro, for your support both spiritually and professionally. Lieutenant Brian Crane, despite the fact that you couldn't understand what I was saying and I couldn't understand what you were saying, you taught me more than you'll ever know. Sergeant James Hirschfeld taught me almost everything I know about the villages. One of the best shift partners I've ever had. a man who would give he would give you the shirt off of his back. I love you, my brother. Sergeant Mark Dijewski, who was the first person I rode with prior to joining the police department. I would also like to thank some of the officers since gone, such as retired Sergeant Edward Gerardo, who I replaced, Officer James Gardner, Officer Steve Goulet, Officer David Dwyer, and all the past reserve officers of this time. I'm sometimes asked, what is the most remarkable incident that I've witnessed in my career? He's not going to be happy with me for saying this, but oh well, I'm retiring. One cool early morning, spring morning, Chief Dan Roberts and I responded to a local school in another jurisdiction regarding a subject armed with a handgun threatening to kill himself. We arrived and the subject was sitting in the middle of the ball diamond with a semi-automatic handgun firmly placed against his temple, crying and declaring that he was going to end it. On approach, Chief Roberts immediately recognized the young man. He then informed all the officers on scene who were taking cover and observing the subject at gunpoint that he knew the individual. Chief Roberts holstered his firearm and without hesitation walked out, sat next to the subject, and spoke with him while still armed. He convinced the young man to drop the weapon and kick it away from him, and then escorted him to the ambulance for medical help. The compassion he displayed will always remain with me as one of the most compassionate and heroic events I have ever personally witnessed. This is the leader you charged with the responsibility of commanding your police department for almost 10 years. And this is the leader that I have been fortunate to follow and learn from. Chief Roberts, I thank you for having the confidence in me and for being a great mentor and friend to me. I will always be grateful. And as I told you when you arrived, you will always have my loyalty. To my former Scout Car partner and best friend, Sergeant Robert Midlosky, what can I say? Bob is a true friend to everyone. He sincerely embodies the Christian spirit of faith, fellowship, and selflessness. He helped lead me to a relationship with Jesus Christ and has been there for everything I have ever needed, both professionally and personally. He and his wife, Heather Midlosky, and sons, Gabriel, Jacob, Andy, and Micah, are all family to me. I cannot express the deep love I have for them. It is said that God places people in your life intentionally, and I am deeply grateful that he placed them in mine. To my officers, who I proudly pass the baton to and will be charged with protecting and serving the villages in the future. Sergeant Justin Wells, Officer Kimberly Bonacorsi, Officer Jeff Gorski, Officer Dennis Berry, Officer Logan Hall, Officer Chris Tucker, Officer Kevin O'Shea, Officer Derek Weesey, Officer Pete Kelly, Officer Rich Jacobs, Reserve Captain Mike Milliken, who is the longest serving officer in this department, Reserve Sergeant and Code Enforcement Officer Don Vogren, Mounted Reserve Officer Dr. Ron Barris, and Reserve Officer Randy Slav. One last standing order. Remember to take care of our residents. Remember to take care of each other. And remember to take care of yourselves. Also remember that leaders always do more than they're paid for. And know that your road ahead will not be an easy one. But as it is said, anything that is worthwhile in this life is never easy. And of course, I could not forget to thank the women who truly are the engine of the police department, our police clerks, Stephanie Longworth, Rose Murdoch, and Patty McCree. Thank you all for the work you do every day to help keep the department running. The experience and memories I have gathered in my career will be my cherished companions in the journey ahead. Although I am retiring, my commitment to community service and social welfare will continue in other ways as the Chief Operating Officer of Fortis Group LLC, a company owned and operated with my brothers, specializing in training, private investigations, and armed security. And yes, that was a shameless plug. But seriously, I look forward to watching the next generation of officers protect and serve, knowing that the spirit of community and integrity will carry on long after I am gone. Vince Lombardi once said, "The measure of who we are is what we do with what we have." I am truly blessed for all that I have. and for all I've been able to do. Thank you all for being part of my journey. I hope that I have been able to contribute positively to yours. In the end, my hope is that I leave behind a legacy of service, integrity, and dedication that future officers will inspire to. Please make it a habit to love, live, grow, and give. Thank you all, and may God bless you.
Michael, I wish you well. You, it was very easy to work with you. You were super. We're going to miss you greatly and wish you the best.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
I wish you well. Thanks. Best of luck, and you're up to the best of the current event.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Hey, Dan Roberts, is Dan going to talk about the lieutenant position or the deputy chief? Were you going to talk about deputy chief position?
I can briefly mention that, just to give you an update on where we stand with that. The job posting was up. It closed last Friday. I had 20 inquiries about the position, everywhere from Kansas to local police departments in the area here. We received 17 applications, or 17 resumes and cover letters. 16 resumes, one person forgot to submit a cover letter. And of that, at least half of them are excellent candidates, and 4 or 5 of them are what I would consider exceptional candidates. So it's going to be a tough decision. We really have our work cut out for us with that, and I'm sure that the interview process is going to be the tell as to how that plays out, because they're just, on paper, very, very qualified candidates that we have. I'm very happy with the pool that we got. I know that on the agenda there is something about financial matters and the cost of this. So it's very difficult to figure that out, and the reason why is because we don't know when this person will be hired in terms of a net balance plus or minus. I will say this. The job was posted for between $91,000 and $93,000 a year. As of January 1st, Lieutenant Bastinelli, if had he stayed, would be making more than that by $750. So it's possible that we'll actually be making some money by doing it this route. Additionally, you're going to have at least a couple of months and maybe longer of time without Lieutenant Bastinelli's salary in there, at also a cost savings. By the time we conduct probably numerous interviews in connection with this, do a background investigation, and work with whatever candidate that we decide to hire in getting them on board, it's going to be, let's face it, at least a couple of months before that happens. So we should have some cost savings there as well. So it's very difficult to give you an actual number, but I will say that the number that we actually posted in terms of the salary is really no more than what Lieutenant Bastinelli is currently making.
Okay, very good.
So I hope that helps you. I don't have a hard number I can give you. I feel bad about that, but hopefully that helps a little bit with the understanding of it.
Cool. Any questions for the chief?
I'm good.
Okay?
Thank
All
you,
right.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tony?
Good evening.
I'd actually like to start with a request. Since it's the 22nd anniversary of 9/11, I was wondering if it would be possible to take a moment of silence for the 343 firefighters, 60 police officers, thousands who lost their lives that day, and thousands more who lost their lives either serving our country or dying overseas as a result, if that's okay with you. Okay, thank you. I do appreciate that. Both Chief Roberts and I were responders to those events, and there are others in the village, so we really do appreciate it. With regard to the fire report, you have my written report. Labor Day, as Chief Roberts alluded to, went off pretty well. Due to the weather conditions at the time, notably the high heat and humidity, we did end up experiencing several medical emergencies with folks as related to their age, their conditions, and the weather. So this was a unique opportunity to test out a couple of things. We actually had extra water at the fire department in case anyone had asked for it, and it was interesting that the majority, no one really ever asked for it, and they really needed it. So I would say the one takeaway for anyone attending public events, not just the Labor Day event, but any public events, please be considerate of your own health, dress appropriately for the weather conditions, and have whatever you need to keep yourself going. The last thing anyone wants is a ride in an ambulance, especially that way. Other than that, we continue on with our normal apparatus maintenance, host testing, apparatus testing, ladder testing programs. Those are happening throughout the year. We had host testing occur about 2 weeks ago. Ladder testing took place at the same time, and this month or next month we'll be performing pump testing to make sure everything is top-notch. If there's any deficiencies, obviously we will get those corrected. Other than that, we continue on with our commercial building inspections in both villages, and looking forward to having those completed by the end of the year. That concludes my report, though, but if there are any questions, I'll be more than happy to. Oh, you know what? I did forget one thing. So I wanted to thank the village, too. Yeah, it's one of those days. So I wanted to thank the village. Roger and staff were kind enough to work with Ken Martin of Bingham Farms, as well as Eileen Harry Van over at Southfield Township, and put in, and we were awarded a grant in the amount of $30,000 for first responder equipment. This was a very last-minute state of Michigan opportunity, and now we just have to make sure we cross our T's, dot our I's, and make sure that everything goes according to what the requirements are to get the money. So the hope is, and my day, most of tomorrow, is going to work on trying to obtain 4 additional portable radios. This is under the new county system, which both police and fire departments across the county are going to be rolling into. That started in July and will go through next May. So we're looking to obtain some desperately needed radios under that program. So this was funded by a 911 surcharge and was grossly underfunded by tens of millions of dollars. And the radios alone, the portables, are approximately $7,000 each. So every department just about is taking a hit on the number of radios that they're getting from the current system to what the new system will afford. So everything is going to be very, very greatly appreciated. So thank you to the village. Thank you, Mr. Frazier. So we do appreciate it, and look forward to working towards that goal this week. So.
Hey, Tony, on behalf of our village and everyone, thank you for your service on 9/11, then, and every 9/11 since.
Thank you.
We greatly appreciate you and your team.
Thank you. I'll pass it on.
Chief, I had seen a call for volunteers, call for action.
Yes.
How did that work for you? Any,
not so great.
Okay.
But it's still out. We sent out the postcards. We sent out 3,800. We had a recruiting event as part of the Main Street block party, as well as the Labor Day Roundup. We spoke to a number of folks. Rather than ending on a negative with recruiting, we did pass out a bunch of information regarding Knox boxes in the village, as well as our Vial of Life program. So the Vial of Life program is free. Knox box is not, but it's not anything the fire department is making money on. It just gives us opportunities to help others. So we are trying.
There's one more thing that we should say, and in appreciation. How quickly on Labor Day, we transform from 800 people crawling all over our village to, at 5:30, as I'm driving through on my way to dinner, no signs of anything that happened that day. All the signage is gone, all of the signs that say no parking. I know that you're involved heavily in all of that.
Well,
And-
we work with the police. in
And
this
as well,
regard,
the
as well
police
as Jerry.
department, I don't know if Chief is still here, but it's a truly amazing feat to see how quickly we restore calm to
Yeah.
our community as though there was nothing that happened.
Right.
It's an amazing thing.
And those are the operative words, nothing has happened, let's continue that. For many, many years. It's the most nervous day of
But-
my year in this village.
Of course,
It's
but
Labor
thank you.
Day. You're welcome.
We made it. Great day.
Yes,
It was a very
Okay.
good day.
Anything else for Tony?
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Lance, finance?
All right, back to business. Good evening, trustees and president. Please accept my written report in the capacity as the village treasurer. The bills list report for this month totals $159,408.99. The amount on the bills list are consistent with normal monthly spending, and the expenditures are generally consistent with our budget. The bills list for this month includes a large entry of $38,880 for storm drain repairs. Apparently it was for Carroll Street. 1 second here.
Yep.
I closed. Paid to Pipe Tech Infrastructure Services. The village has sufficient funds to meet its current and anticipated obligations, and the list of account balances in the package is as of September 1st, that we hold at First Merchant Bank, and the balances held in interest-bearing insured CDs and money market accounts held at multi-bank securities is also included in the consolidated report. With prevailing rates that have gone up, Roger was telling me that we're earning some decent interest on our cash balances, to answer your question, Bill, as well. Any questions?
I don't see that report with the balances, but if you can get that to us.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't see that report
Nope.
either.
Okay.
No questions other than that.
Great.
Cool. Okay, next we have a bills list to pay.
We're gonna move it. Oh, you're right, you're right.
Let's see, right after the bills. We've got $159,000 worth of bills to pay. Do we have a motion to approve the payment of the bills on the bills list?
Motion to approve.
I second.
A second. Any questions?
No questions.
No questions, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Okay. Next, we're gonna talk about filling some positions in the Planning Commission, Historic Commission, and ZBA. What I'd like to do is start with planning, and if people are out in the audience that are candidates and want to be considered, please step up to the mic, or feel free to step up to the mic if you like, and tell us what you want us to hear.
Sure. Sarah Greslick, 24520 South Cromwell. Good evening. I am a four-year resident of Franklin and have submitted my application for the Planning Commission opening for the second time. I appreciate the time to speak on why I am a quality candidate for this role. I have served the village as a resident with the FCA in communications and supplied input into the DE&I committee during its time. While I currently am back in school working towards both my business management and social work degree, I plan on being an advocate for equitable school resources and education policy. I also serve as the Michigan PTA Health and Wellness Chair and been involved with the Birmingham Public Schools in many volunteer roles, working with building and central administration team for the district. These roles have helped build me relationships with local and state leadership, representatives, congressmen and women, and I am privileged to have my voice respected in many circles, while also knowing that this helps me utilize my expertise in grant procurement through these experiences. Our master plan serves as a blueprint for the responsible development and progress and outlines the way we can see that executed responsibly. To me, it means that we should respect our rich, beautiful history while also ensuring that we meet the needs of our current and future citizens in accessible and adaptable ways to meet and exceed current standards. Listening, truly listening, is at the heart of effective governance. I pledge to be a passionate advocate for the voices that often go unheard and are not asked. With our census data, we know that over half of our village is women. Almost 30% are minorities, and a large part of our residents have children under 18 living at home. We do not see this reflected in most leadership roles within the village. Finding new ways to survey these and all community members while also engaging them to make them feel like their voice is appreciated and heard should be considered and integrated and more of a priority. Each and every citizen's perspective should be valued into our planning processes, allowing the businesses and residents that call our village home to be at the heart of our decision-making. As a member, I would proactively seek out opportunities for growth, engage in strategic foresight, and find new ways to bring data-driven actions and understandings into play. My husband is a data scientist, so I understand how important that is. I will work collaboratively to steer our town towards a future that we can all be proud of while recognizing the inclusive and celebrating the traditions of our village's proud past. Our town is changing and evolving, and it is our duty to ensure that it evolves in a way that respects its heritage while embracing its potential. I love our village and my neighbors, and I hope that I have shown you that I have the passion and skills to represent both well in the Planning Commission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you. Got your own cheerleaders out there.
Supporters out there.
Hi, Albert Ludwig, 27217 Garden Way. We built our house there almost 10 years ago already. Time does fly. You guys appointed me to the commission about a year and a half ago, and I've enjoyed my time there. It's been interesting. I've made some new friends and a lot of acquaintances, and we got the master plan done, which was a chore, but we got through it, and I'm interested in continuing. I do recognize that sometimes my views are a little different from some of the others, and I've spoken about those when we stated our priorities. And I'm happy to serve if you want me, but if you don't want me, you won't break my heart. So, I got a lot of experience doing this. I've been doing it almost 50 years now, in and out of planning commission, city council meetings, all the way through. So, happy to be here if you want me.
Thanks, Al.
Okay, if you don't.
Thank you, Al. Any other planning commission?
Quincy Harrison, 30795 Adair Court. It was very difficult, I guess, to follow these other great candidates before, but I just wanted to, share with you my interest in serving here in the village. This month is the 10-year anniversary. My wife and I purchased a home here. We've been growing the residents in the village by 4 in that period of time. I have a 2, 4, 7, 8. It was 6, 8, but I just had a birthday. It was a lot easier, 2, 4, 6, 8. But I took care of that for about a year, staying as many times as I possibly could. But we have greatly enjoyed the village. So many of the activities, my children have all gone to the preschool here. I've encouraged my family to move here, and they live in Franklin as well. So it's been a wonderful opportunity to see the changes in 10 years, and also the emphasis that has been put on making Franklin, I think, a place where people can congregate downtown. We've enjoyed so many opportunities to come and get to know people here through the various activities, and appreciated seeing how that has grown and making it easier to get here in ways other than cars. I live in the southwest quadrant, I guess, of Franklin. Area is a little bit challenging to access right now. I'd really like to see some opportunities be taken advantage of. I have an opportunity, several of you have reached out and I've spoken to them on various occasions and to learn a little bit more about things that are being done. But those are some of the key areas that I've really enjoyed and looked to to extend, whether or not in this position or in other positions here in the village. But just wanted to introduce myself and say thank you.
Thank you.
Betsy.
Nice to meet you.
Good evening. My name is Dan Ferris. I live at 24670 South Cromwell. I'm also interested in a spot on the Planning Commission. By day, I'm an attorney with the Kerr Russell firm in Detroit, and I do believe that my experience as an attorney would be an asset to the Planning Commission. But maybe even more than that, I'm just a passionate person. I'm excited to be here in Franklin. My wife and I moved in just about a year ago now, so I'm really looking forward to engaging with others in the community and working toward the common good here. Thank you.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Anybody else on planning? Okay, so the way the planning process works is the president nominates, or I should say appoints 3 people with the concurrence of council. So in terms of appointments, I would like to appoint Al Ludwig, Anna Kangliosi, and Sarah Greslick as to fill the 3 open positions on planning. So we need a motion and a second to ratify those.
I have a question. Anna isn't even here.
She's not here. I've talked to her, but she's not here.
She unfortunately was unable to make it today. She's at a conference, so she wasn't able to.
Right.
I don't know, I personally think that's a little bit of a disqualifier. We've got people here that are interested and they came. Unless there was some family emergency, we talked about this before. I think Al is great. I know Sarah is in queue because she's been here several times
Right.
before. I would like to suggest Daniel. He's expressed some sincere interest and we'd like to see some new blood.
The other thing too is I think we need to look at our applicants in the aggregate because I think we have some openings on some other.
Right.
And when I was reviewing all the applications, Anna's application specifically called out interest in maintaining the integrity of the historic parts of our community. So I think we need a representative. And so, again, I don't think we have to lose her within the contributions to our community. I just think that having, personally, I think having an attorney step back into the planning commission is extremely valuable because, again, we receive ordinances and a lot of what I do when I receive the ordinances is do a review from an attorney's perspective, particularly one that works in regulatory compliance. And so having kind of those first drafts happening before they get to us will save us a lot of time as well as a very valuable perspective and contribution. So
I would agree with that. And I think that Quincy offers up another option as well. And I think there are future opportunities within other boards so that anybody here that's come forward and wants to volunteer, we greatly appreciate. And so I want to acknowledge that too.
I believe that we've received the same number of applications as we technically have for openings, looking at all of the 3 boards in totality. We have an extra opening on HDC, and then we have an alternate's position on the Zoning Board of Appeals, which often eventually finds itself into a ZBA position when an opening comes up. So I know we have to address planning because Bill makes those nominations, but as David mentioned, there could be a possibility of adjusting also some of the positions, and if Anna has interest
Yeah.
and background in HDC, and I will concur that probably for the last 20 years, there's at least been one attorney sitting on planning commission, at least from the standpoint of helping in that technical drafting of ordinances. And Dan and Quincy both bring that. So, yeah, I think there is an opportunity for everybody that's applied to find their way into a position.
And I think Anna's known, she's a former member of the FCA. I think she just stepped down. So
Yeah.
I think she'd be great on any commission. But the fact that she's not here, I just feel like we should at least acknowledge the people who came out and had the time, made the time. So I concur about having an attorney. Either one would probably be great.
I know you asked for a motion and a second.
Right.
But it seems like we're in a discussion, so I'll take advantage of that. And offer a slightly different opinion. I concur with David and Mike that having a lawyer on the planning commission is to our advantage. And I would support Mr. Ferris. My concern is short-term resident. But I'm so delighted at the crop of candidates we have.
Right.
And I want to support Sarah Greslick as well. And I want to support Al to continue on the planning commission. I'd like to see Anna join this historic district commission.
So
For-
I,
Go ahead.
thank you. So, a month ago, 2 months ago, these first openings came up, we slowed the process down, as is our norm, to allow lots of applicants. That happened. Looking through all the applications, I also support Sarah and Daniel and Al.
So I'll make a motion that we appoint Daniel, Al, and Sarah to planning.
That's not how it works, though, is it?
You can amend what the president has recommended.
All right, so I'll amend the president's motion to appointing Sarah, Al, and Daniel.
I will second that amendment.
Okay, I'll accept that.
Vote?
Vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so Al Ludwig, Sarah Greslick, Dan Ferris, congratulations.
And thank you to the others who are here tonight, and thank you.
We still have 2 more positions.
We do.
Yeah, we're going to go on to,
This is not open forum.
Just a quick thing, I would like to see the other appointments, the other opportunities that exist across the various other openings that you're talking about.
that's what we're doing right
Well,
now.
what I'm saying is that people have an opportunity to go through the entire process that we developed in the DEI committee, which is basically, an appointment, full appointment process versus saying.
We've already
"Hey,
done that."
Let's plug Anna over here and let's put this person over there. I think that doesn't allow for resident participation in a greater sense.
So we have followed the process for it. It's just we had a deficiency in the amount of applicants for the others following the process that was set out. And we had an abundance in the planning commission. So rather than losing anyone
Oh, 100%.
from the planning commission, we don't want to lose volunteers.
Right.
And David did ask all the candidates if we would be willing to move to a different position if we didn't get elected.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that, process was followed.
Yeah, and also, the remaining candidates are all incumbents, so we have heard from the 3 new faces. if you
And
will.
several of us have talked with them.
Yeah.
And just could I make a request? If we welcome your comments, if you would just head up to that
Oh, sure,
podium
absolutely.
in the
I didn't know
future,
if it was
thank
an
you.
appropriate time to do
Yeah,
that.
it's about getting mic'd in and
Oh, sure.
so we can hear your comments later.
Okay, let's move on to Zoning Board of Appeals. We have 3 openings there. Do we have any folks who would like to speak?
Mark Ziso, 32695 Redfern. I'm applying to be back on the board. I started out as a alternate for my first 2 years. In the last about 6 months, I took over for one of the people that has resigned. I feel I'm a well-versed person in this village of being here on and off with the last 65, 66 years, knowing a lot of the history and knowing a lot of the construction and.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Anybody else for ZBA comments?
Didn't know I was going to have to public speak today. Brian Rockoff, 26930 Wellington. My application got lost in Dana's email or my outbound email, so they came in late. I'm new to the village, moved here 10 months ago. I came from LA, big environment, and I looked at it and said, looking to come to a small place, and luckily we found Franklin. Really happy that we did. Have family over in Ferndale. Applying to participate. That's why I'm here. It's important. Participation is really important for everything you do. So don't have a whole bunch of background in it, but happy to learn and figure out what's going on. I think Franklin is a gem. When I talk to people, I work for Amazon, so I get around the country a lot. And they say, where do you live? And I say, Franklin. I say, what's interesting there? And I said, 3,150 people in 2.1 square miles. And they say, what is it? It's a small place with a bunch of passionate people who love what they do and love where they live. That's why I'm here.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Any other ZBA comments? Okay, the way this one works is a council member makes a motion and we move on it. Do we have a motion?
Go ahead.
So I move that, that the three incumbents retain their current spots and that the one alternate spot that's open be filled by Quincy Harrison, although I missed that this gentleman's was in our package. Yeah, so I would definitely like to, in the future, make sure that Brian's in consideration. I didn't see that he had applied, and I apologize for that. But that would be my motion.
I would second.
Do we know if
So,
Is
Should we
he
tell-
interested?
Quincy would
Is
like?
Quincy out there?
Oh,
Tell him he just got appointed as an alternate.
I had discussed that with him when I spoke with him.
Okay.
So, just one thing that I do want to make a point of is that when I tried to be as diligent as possible through this process, so just so everybody knows, what I did is for the planning commission, I took the planning commission's priority list that they're working through for the next 2 years and asked the candidates to stack rank their priorities to better understand where their interest would be as far as what they see as the pressing things for the community, as well as asking them if they would serve in these other capacities. The other thing that I did is for any of the incumbents, I went and looked at the attendance records. And I was hoping Bruce would be here because he's just over about 50% attendance over the past 2 years. And so I'm wondering if there's a reason for the lower attendance. And then my direct question would be, are we gonna get higher participation otherwise?
Who are you referring, on the zoning board?
ZBA.
ZBA, okay.
ZBA Bruce Kuick. I could be pronouncing that incorrectly.
And he's not here today.
So that's where I would like to consider, so I guess first, Quincy, would you be interested in being appointed to ZBA? Sure. And then Brian, I would assume both of you have I just want to make sure that whoever we appoint is gonna have that high attendance, taking into consideration that that Bruce's attendance is 60% or just over 50%, and he's not here today. I think we should give both the candidates that are present serious consideration.
So the two positions we're filling on the ZBA are
There's three full-time,
three full
and one alternate.
and one alternate, okay.
Right.
I support leaving the people who have said that they want to be there.
So it's
and
Mark,
they're already in there, should stay.
Albers, and are we saying Quincy or Ryan as a permanent? What's your pleasure?
For me, I would like to see Quincy.
I would like to see Quincy.
I would agree. He's an
That's what
attorney,
I'm saying. Yeah,
and
that's fine.
there'll be another opportunity for Brian in the future. And
Can I make a comment? Sorry. I don't know if Roger spoke to the importance of attending ZBA meetings. When we don't have quorum, I'm on a ZBA, my name is Angela Slaka, we can't actually conduct business. So when people don't show up, we cannot hold the meeting. Unless you have an alternate.
That's why we have 8, yeah, right.
But I'm saying, there has been, Mark Zisso was an alternate, and there's been times where we barely skid by. So when you appoint people and they don't show up, it is very anti-productive to business. And especially because when the appellants come before the ZBA, they have their architect, usually their planner, both residents, usually Bill Denon prepares. So, and Dana has to run the blueprints. Like, it's a very extensive process to prepare. And then when we don't have seated boards, there's been times where she's called the day of. Are you going to be there? And so 60% attendance, well, there's only 4 or 5 meetings a year. So that means like those people are missing half the meetings, 2 a year. So it's like really nerve-wracking for us.
Do you want to change your motion to?
So I'll withdraw my motion. Yeah, the news of attendance, that's, I think we've always made it a point that incumbents return unless they've been derelict. And we've kind of always equated derelict of duties as non-participation. What your opinion is, whether everyone agrees with it or not, that's the reason why we have a democratic government. Everyone shouldn't agree. But when we can't get participation and we have other residents that take time out of their evening to show up when they're not even on a board, I do take issue with that.
Yeah, I agree.
And for that reason,
So Mark, Ed Albers, Quincy Adams as the,
Quincy Harrison.
or Quincy, I'm sorry, Quincy, John Quincy Adams. John?
That would be very helpful in this.
He was around in 1825 when we started, so Quincy would be the
and then
full-time
this
with
last
Brian
gentleman who
Rockeloff
spoke, Brian
as
the
the alternate.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
we have a motion?
Sorry, could
Do we
you
have a
just say who the permanent are?
So the
Mark Sisel,
Okay.
Ed Albers, Quincy Harrison,
Correct.
and the alternate Brian Rockeloff.
So Ed currently sits as an alternate.
Yeah, so he's moving to
And he's not here tonight. And so again, this goes back to, I'm interested in like the commitment. So again, Brian, are you, because we're talking about attendance, is there anything that you would view as an issue with being in attendance?
An alternate now?
Or do you feel that because he's an alternate, he should be moved up?
Move up.
Okay.
Because he knows the process, he's
Yeah,
been part of it.
Yeah, he did.
And he wasn't told he had to be here.
Right, no.
It wasn't a requirement.
how long he's been an alternate for?
Very short. It was the last
Not-
go around.
Not long.
Yeah, so how many times has he sat in the meeting?
Okay, so we've got a motion
He is yet to sit in the
to,
meeting.
we got a motion to appoint Mark Sisel, Ed Albers, Quincy Harrison as permanent, Brian Rockeloff as alternate. That was your motion, correct? Did we have a second?
I'll second that.
And then we'd let go, Mr.
And then Bruce
Okay.
Kulik will fall off the, okay. Any discussion about that?
Can you reiterate what the last pending motion is?
I'm sorry?
Can you reiterate what the last pending motion, it seemed like there was a withdrawal there, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, but then I
We're
made a
gonna-
new one.
Okay,
And he just said it perfectly.
okay.
Okay.
Mark,
do you have
without
it,
using
Dina?
last names, Mark, Ed, and Quincy as the permanent. Brian, sorry, sir, as the alternate, and unfortunately Bruce won't
Right.
be involved anymore.
Okay, any further discussion?
I would just like to add for the minutes, we see this as very high stake. It doesn't meet all the time, but it's a high stake commission. And I thank you, Angelina, for bringing that to us. And that's the rationale for that decision. I think it's a good one.
Participation's the biggest key.
Can I
All in
request,
favor? And all in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
can I request one more thing? During our ZBA meeting, I believe it was February, Chairman Brakeman requested ordinance binders for the ZBA commissioners. When I requested it, we were told that the village doesn't have the money to print the ordinance binders. Bill Didden said it's proper practice for commissioners to have ordinance binders. If you didn't want to give individual copies to commissioners, then they could be reference copies that we could use to highlight and tab the ordinances. So granted, I hope this village can find it in their pockets to give commissioners ordinance books. So and it's not funny, this was,
all here.
I'm not laughing.
okay.
I don't mean it that way.
Yeah. Oh, okay, thank you. Because we were told by Roger that he couldn't just print out, them for me or other commissioners, because then everyone would ask for ordinance book. And Bill Dinner was like, is there a problem with that? Like, everyone should have an ordinance book. So whether it's a reference binder or some sort of, copy that we can have on loan during our term, I think that it would be prudent and efficient for the commissioners to have the resources they need in order to serve the boards. Thank you.
Okay, HDC, we have,
Did everybody vote? I didn't
Yes.
see you vote. Did you vote?
No, I did not.
I didn't.
Yeah.
'Cause
I
You
was in-
started talking and we were in the middle
Yeah.
of the vote, so could we just do that
all in
again?
favor of?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, HDC, got Gary Roberts, Alex Kokoska, and Alex Steckheim are three folks. Alex, you care to say anything, or? Yeah.
Hello, I'm Alex Stekeen, and I've been serving on Historic District Commission Board, and I'm happy to volunteer my time. Our meetings are relatively short and uneventful, but when they are eventful, it's important, and I think that we're also voluntarily involved in looking into special reports and being open and really just nonpartisan and not judgmental on what people want to do in the village. And for the most part, most of our villagers really are in compliance with anything that the Secretary of Interior has to say. So I'm happy to have served the time virtually, through the pandemic and live when we get it. And I feel like we're like a little oldies bar band when we play here, and you guys are the main event. So really, was standing room only here for a little while. I stood outside, but I'm also happy that the village council has gone to have live streaming meetings too, because that means everybody in the surrounding area. There's a lot of people. Normally the church would be a better venue, but this is great to be able to offer that live. And with the historic, if that comes to a historic district commission meetings too, we'd be happy to be part of that as well. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so those are the three applicants. Do we have a motion to appoint?
Motion to reappoint.
Only 3 openings?
We have 4 openings. I talked to Gary, Gary's out of town. I talked to him about the 4th.
That's Anna.
His preference is to find somebody that lives in the historic district.
There already is 2 on here. Already 2?
We have, Alec, you live in
Well,
the historic.
no, he wants another.
Stay and talk to you about this because we do have an opening, and it's a great wading pool to get into the bigger discussion in the village too. So I wouldn't consider it as a lower position at all. It's not like we wield power, and it's not. I think a lot of people have the assumption that they want to make a change to their home, and they're like, oh, we have to go before you, and it's going to be a battle. But, it's not a battle. It's really just acknowledgement of what you're going to be doing, and a review and recommendation. Which, for as far as I'm concerned, our recommendations don't hold any real legal value. So we try to keep it basic. And but it's a great time to see what's going on in the village and be part of that discussion, and then closer to the radar of when other positions open. So
Thank you.
Okay.
Michael made a motion.
My
I
comments
second
on, my comments on the 4th position is, number 1, I'm not sure Anna's interested, and number 2, I think we owe it to Gary to hold off and at least another month and let him. So let's appoint 3 people. That's my
Yeah.
position. So
Michael
do we have
made
a motion?
I second.
Wait, hold on. So how many spots?
4 positions.
4, and we've got 3,
3 candidates.
and we'll let Gary opine about who he would like to see.
So we'll fill 3 of the
To
4.
fill the
We do that with all the other
Well,
commissions?
I'm confused, but I think before we seek Gary's opinion, we have to ask Anna if she would
Right,
like to
does she want
stop.
it? Right, we
Yeah,
haven't
if she
done that.
wants it, then it's hers, because
Yeah.
we just took her off the planning commission
Yeah.
to move her there
Right.
for the 4th spot.
Right.
If she says, no, I really don't want to be on HTC, I
Then
would
she
have
can let
rather
us
stayed
know
on
that.
planning,
Right.
then
Right. So do we have a motion?
Yeah, I made a motion and Mark seconded it.
So I'm just trying to understand, we're leaving the 4th spot open, it's gonna remain open for a month. we're gonna go to Anna, and we're gonna ask her if she's interested. Is that correct? Because that also means that we would reopen the application
No,
periods.
we're not reopening it.
Then we should appoint Anna, and then if she rejects it,
Okay,
we
we can
don't,
do that.
from a process
I guess that's
standpoint, if
probably-
we, yeah, if
That's probably the appropriate.
Okay,
Correct.
let's do that.
He's
So I'll amend my,
And she can withdraw, she can
I'll,
resign. and-
I'll amend my motion to include Anna, so reappointing the 3 existing incumbents and adding Anna.
Okay.
I second that motion, that motion.
Further discussion?
And I can't imagine Gary would have any issues with that at all.
Say.
Well,
Okay.
I'll call him.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, yeah, welcome aboard.
New people and joining us, it's wonderful.
Right, right. Okay, special reports, I have nothing.
I have
Council?
something. On Friday, August 18th, a very good friend to all of us, Vivian Carmody, and her husband Dan were on their way to dinner in Detroit. And a drunk driver lost control of his vehicle, and Vivian was killed. Dan was injured significantly and is recovering. Vivian was a member of this community to the extent that she was our very first Main Street administrator in 2008. She worked tirelessly for Franklin, and we have remained friends with her, many of us, throughout this period. I spoke with Dan last week. I had invited a number of people over for a memorial service at my home. It was an opportunity for many of us who knew Vivian and Dan to pay homage to her. She was a tireless worker, and she was a very important part of the origin of Main Street. And she suffered during the period that she worked for this community. And Dan relayed to me that she had just gotten over her suffering. Now, this is so many years later. So I just want to say that while we may disagree on certain aspects of how we manage ourselves in this community, that people are human, they have emotions, and that Vivian was treated so poorly by so many, and I don't want to mention specifics, but she left this community in tears on a night when she was supposed to be feted by her Main Street community. Her husband was there, her children were there. She left in tears. There was no excuse for that kind of behavior. And we should all take a moment and think about how we treat people, how we want to be treated, and what a loss, what a tragedy. She leaves behind 5 kids, 3 grandchildren. Her husband's recovering. And I just want to say heartfelt condolences to Vivian Carmody's family, and may God bless her.
Yeah, I'll jump in next. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about was the process, the appointment process that we went through today. And before that, I received an email prior to today. Fortunately, I was off work. Received an email that one of the candidates for the Planning Commission, Dan, was called by you, Bill, and you told him that he was not being considered for the Planning Commission, or that he was not going to be appointed tonight. And he inferred from that that we, as a collective, were not going to consider him tonight. And it goes back to the inappropriateness of asserting your authority where he was considered tonight and he was appointed by us because we are the majority. And yes, you can make nominations, but you had no right to go and try and influence whether or not he, in consideration of his time with his family, his young child, in preparations for a court case tomorrow, should waste his time at this meeting. And had he not showed up, I strongly believe there is no way that he would have been appointed. And so your interference in the process could have directly impacted the outcome had he not had taken the action to reach out to me. And for me to encourage him to say that you do not have the authority to take somebody out of consideration, and that belongs to the council. And so we need to stop the gamesmanship. I don't know what the motivation was, but it was unnecessary because it is our responsibility to listen to the public and to encourage their want for involvement for the community. Because I didn't get elected because I grandstanded on positions of how we need to shape our community, other than the fact that we needed to listen, that we needed to get community engagement. And at the point that we take somebody who's extremely qualified and we tell them they're out of consideration, they're that much more likely to not raise their hand the next time. And this is me having several hours to process this and calm down. But I cannot let the moment go without bringing out the fact that I find it absolutely inappropriate and counterintuitive for community engagement. So moving on from that.
Do you have a response?
It's not worth responding to. Go ahead. You heard half the,
Yeah.
you heard half the story.
It is worth responding to, but that's fine. It's on the record that he doesn't feel that those type of actions are worth responding to. So moving past that topic, since last month, it's been eating at me again regarding the $290 that was spent regarding the luncheon. And so I am making a motion for the reimbursement. It's not about the legality of it. It goes back to the principle of, would I have approved this had I been informed at the time that we approved the bills of the $290? And the answer is no. Whatever the outcome is, it's fine. But I feel it from a principled standpoint important to know that I don't think that's an appropriate use of public funds. So I'm making a motion for the reimbursement of $290.
Bill, did you laugh when he said that?
Yes.
I wasn't gonna second it, but I'll second it now. I'm sorry. It's not funny.
Did you laugh, Mark?
I approve Mike seconding. I think it's just fine. Bill, would you reimburse the $290?
I think it was an appropriate expense.
For the
We
sake
have a
of
motion.
proprietary, to be above transparency, would you do it?
Have we yielded any benefit in the 2 months between then and now? Have there been subsequent follow-up for the
Sure,
community?
yes.
And can you report out to the community what that was?
You know Washington better than I do, buddy.
So I don't know the nature of your conversation and what the
I
benefit to the
explained it to
community
you
was.
last month.
But I asked, has there been subsequent follow-up? You said yes. I said, what were the nature of those conversations for us to make an educated decision whether that $290 is an investment in the community or an investment in yourself? So let's take it to a vote if there's no other comments.
Well, I have a comment. So I was the one, Angelina, that used the phrase wrist slap because I was the one that did not feel it was necessary to ask for a reimbursement of that expense, and I explained why. I also explained as the previous village president that there were times when I met with people and that my job, I felt, was to face externally. And there was always a business reason for those meetings. And sometimes I bought the meals on my own money, from my own money. But I accepted Bill's explanation for why he, why he did what he did. in the part that's bothering me, and I'm going to direct this to Bill, is that, there's just a lot of those little things. We've had to cover some difficult territory tonight. A phone call to an applicant that he reports having been asked not to bother to come because he wasn't going to get appointed, and just inappropriate, sometimes marginally inappropriate, sometimes egregiously inappropriate actions on your part that really don't demonstrate team playing. And you promised us when you were elected that you could lead this team, and yet we keep experiencing these incidents, which are disappointing, is the least offensive word I can find. So I'm going to change my mind, and I'm going to support the reimbursement. Somebody said to me not long ago, sometimes you just have to, come down hard on somebody you wish you didn't have to, just to be heard. And I think that's what at least the two speakers are saying here, and I'm adding my voice to that. We don't want you to do this stuff. What's it going to take to make you stop?
I think it's equally troubling to me that specifically we met a week ago as legal, and we very specifically said that any prospective candidate should be invited to come here tonight, regardless of whether we knew they were or weren't necessarily going to be up to the position, but that we favored the opportunity to meet with people who express an interest in our community. So when I got word that this gentleman had been called and told not to bother coming, I was beside myself. We just spoke to this at legal. And I don't, to Pam's point, I don't understand what makes you do these things. You're not representing the legal committee, you're not representing the community. Everything appears to be personal and an agenda. There was something you didn't want this gentleman to bring to this community.
Mike, what I told him is it's a presidential appointment, and there were other people that I was going to nominate. That was the extent of our conversation.
But why?
But
Because that was my choice.
But
as
why
the
reach out to him?
To
What's the
to avoid
underlying?
the disappointment of,
In the call softens that?
yeah.
Bill, it's a matter of integrity and transparency. It's a matter of
I
integrity
disagree with you,
and transparency.
Okay.
We have made a state point for 2 years ago when we were DEI about how we're going to change how this village brings new members into its volunteer team on purpose. And if you made a commitment, it's a question of honesty and integrity. To interfere with the process is wrong. And I'm shocked you don't see that. I'm shocked you're not apologizing for it, frankly.
I guess the famous words in the news, I'm not a lawyer, but it seems to me that, that we may be risking an open meeting violation. And to even give a hint that we're doing business outside of the council. It might have appeared that, well, wait a second, let me hear me out. It could have appeared, a call like that we'd already made a decision, which we hadn't made.
Right.
Because we're committed to making decisions in public.
Right.
You probably didn't intend that, but that's a worry. Am I right?
Yeah.
100%.
Yes, because when I then called Dan to talk with him, and he was like, yeah, I had initial concerns of like, if they've already made a decision on what the votes, that I'm not in consideration, because he pulled the language from the charter, seeing that it took a majority vote, because he's an attorney, and then was like, okay, that means that they would already have to have had the discussions behind the scene to know this, which would be an Open Meetings Act violation.
which we hadn't done.
Absolutely, and I totally understood that.
And I called
and
him
I-
as well to allay his concerns.
Right.
And ask him to please show up tonight, because there was no decisions. And regardless of what you have in your thought process about what you would like, we aren't supposed to operate that way. So, no, let's move on. Let's take the vote on the reimbursement.
let's,
And
Would you do a roll call vote, please?
I,
Roll call.
Trustee Goldberg,
No.
trustee Hanky,
Yes.
trustee Hanson? Yes. President Lamont?
No.
He doesn't
He
recuse
can't
himself?
vote. He has to recuse himself.
Trustee Solly?
Yes.
Trustee Sulzer?
yes.
Trustee Ehrlich?
No.
Okay, very good. You got a comment?
Hi. Cat Phillips.
4-2. Yep.
4-2.
Oh.
4-2.
So how long does he have to get it out?
Go ahead.
Cat Phillips again, 31265 Woodside Drive. One thing I just want to say to all of you, it's really refreshing to hear you guys really digging down and talking about transparency. And while I agree, this is a very difficult situation that we're talking about, I was actually in that very position. I applied for the planning commission position and had a similar experience. And then, but it didn't dissuade me because I was on the DEI committee. I love this community. And everything I do when I come to the mic is for our entire community. I'm not out here with my own independent desires and wishes to impose upon you all. But what's really important is I have been a part of just hoping that the council will take every effort to fully explore this whole cellular situation that we find ourselves in. And I can tell you that almost everyone on this council has had side meetings, has been meeting with cellular data people, has been working with providers, and they've been doing this all with zero transparency to our entire community. So while you're talking about this particular instance with Bill, I would like you all to reflect back on your participation in all the other types of things that you're doing behind closed doors in secret meetings, not providing your community.
All right.
No, this is
Sorry.
important.
I'm sorry. I'm not
Michael, you are a part of
I'm
that.
not the president, but I resent
I
this.
just really disagree with you.
I resent.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm a
an
resident who
elected
has
councilman,
experienced
and I
this
resent that.
from you, Michael, as a part of the cellular subcommittee.
I don't have
I
anything
just
to
want
do-
this to go on. It would be nice if we move forward with transparency, stop the side meetings,
we will
and
do
kept
that.
thing in the public eye.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
You're not part of the
Any
Thank
other,
you, Kat, for your.
any other
reminder.
council report stuff?
I have one small
Yeah.
thing. This is a request to the village staff. It's probably, I worked on the streetlights as part of the streetscape project, and it's probably no secret that we've had trouble keeping them on consistently. For various reasons, since 2021, when they were installed. They periodically fail. I don't wish to go into detail about this issue because it's messy, but I do want to make a request to the staff that we fix the problem so that we agree that there's a goal that we have streetlights that's, including pedestrian lights, that stay on reliably, not stopping at appointing somebody to do something when they break, but that we really work toward a goal of the streetlights need to stay on. And when they do fail, for whatever reason, that they're turned on as soon as possible after that happens. So what I'm looking for is just a commitment from the staff to pursue that. We're incurring costs for repairs that seem excessive to me. And this is just a request that we do this.
We're meeting with Robert Blyton later this week,
Okay?
Jerry and I, to take a look at the system and take a look at what it is that we believe has been the problem and what the solutions may be.
Thank you. What do you think, and I'm just going to press a little bit harder, would you be willing to come back and let us know at council?
Of course.
What you find out? We just really have to stop this, because it's a chronic repair, complain repair, lights out, and I just want to get on top of it.
Do you have a warranty on the lights?
Well, that's a question.
I'm having research done into that as well.
Yeah.
Okay, any other council?
Yeah, I have something to say. So, a couple things. I was hoping that after we passed the ordinance that we were gonna have meetings, notes from subcommittees, that we would have them. And I have to believe we had subcommittee meetings, right, that we've had,
We have,
so, yeah, so we have, right?
we're
So,
taking notes.
so are we, when do we get to see them? When are they gonna be, available for us? Because I would think that they would be in our packets. That was one of the, I mean, I guess we didn't really talk about where the notes were gonna go, but I would assume that they should be in our packets.
I was under the impression that we were turning them into discussions on a weekly basis. I thought it was
I
an
didn't know,
issue
we
of-
hadn't really said.
Yeah, I thought it was more an issue of public record.
Sure.
And the requirement. Now, if you want them and, or to discuss them, we certainly could at any given time, but I wasn't under the impression that part of our new agenda was gonna be reviewing the minutes of all the various
I don't
subcommittees.
think we should review them, I'd just like to be able to see them. I'd like to have access to them, and I haven't been even told where they would be, where I would find, where the public could access them.
We've had
Okay.
one
That's
meeting that I've been involved in where we've had that
Right,
discussion.
I took notes, I haven't handwritten, I haven't typed them up and submitted them. I wasn't aware that we had a time frame. We don't submit our minutes for these meetings for a month, so.
Do we wanna have any kind of a plan for how we do that?
You guys need to set the ground rules on that, but the assumption is, my assumption was the same as David's, is that the obligation was to make sure that we had made a record.
I mean, theoretically, if we're keeping minutes then I should take a record of the minutes, I should bring it to our next subcommittee meeting and discuss it with them and say, these were the minutes I took for our last meeting, do you agree? Yes, and vote on them, otherwise they're only my minutes, they're not.
Right.
So theoretically, it should be no different than how all of our other meetings occur. You have a meeting, and then the month later, you review and approve the minutes of the prior meeting, at which time they would then be submitted to you, or I'm sorry, to Dana, as the official minutes of the, what, at that would have been the 9/6/23 legal subcommittee meeting, which we couldn't review and discuss until we again met a month
So
in
they'll come
October.
back a month
And
after.
we had a
Theoretically, they would
personnel
just keep
meeting
coming back.
prior to that. We had a personnel meeting prior to that. We have minutes of that. We have
So
notes.
that should be the protocol. You
But-
submit them into your next meeting to ratify them, and then they get brought to they either get modified at the meeting, like no different than we do with our minutes
I
here.
think that sounds reasonable.
And then somehow stored for public record here, that if someone wants to come take a look at them, they can
Well,
see
yeah,
them?
Dana would have to just make a new file for meeting
That sounds
minutes.
perfect.
We've got a great system, Office 365, right? Dana's an expert, we would create a folder and just.
Yeah, they'll get delivered
Yeah.
in Word or PDF format, so we
No,
have them
They
digitally.
can go on.
Okay.
Okay?
Good.
Yep.
And the other thing that I wanted to bring up was just that we had a wonderful roundup, everything went smoothly. Thank God, right? We had good weather, a little hot, but yeah, it was wonderful. And one thing that was brought up was the picnic benches that we have on the village property, the ones that the village owns, are kind of in not the greatest condition. One of them has already been retired and thrown away, and the other couple of them are crooked, and especially with our bicentennial coming, it might be a good opportunity for us to consider replacing them, and making our village look a little nicer. I mean, when they start to kind of, the way they're made, when they start to angle, I think they become a little dangerous because
What were
they
the
can
financials of the FCA on this roundup?
We
Did
don't have that, we're gonna have that on Tuesday when we have our meeting at next Tuesday.
Okay, so I would propose that we take a look at the financials.
But it's not the FCA's job, that's not I'm talking about the village property, not the FCA's property. Because the picnic tables currently are village-owned picnic tables, the big heavy-duty metal ones, not the FCA
Aren't
ones.
they on-
The FCA's already replaced, has put three,
Are they on FCA property or?
they're village-owned
Yeah, where at?
picnic.
Just
The
the
big
location.
heavy-duty metal ones that are typically on the village green.
They move back and forth across.
We move them always over for Roundup so we can use them, but
So
then they
maybe
move
we
them
can
back.
look at a joint expense between the FCA
No,
and
the
the village.
FCA owns, no, the FCA owns their picnic tables that are done themselves. The Village Green has currently picnic tables that it owns, and
Yep.
they need to be replaced.
If our picnic tables need replacing, we should replace them.
Right.
That's simple.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
not complicated.
So Roger, will you
Al's-
look at,
Al's
look
got
at the
it.
picnic
No,
table?
Well, I'm sure it's just that our
I
property will be
apologize.
paid for by us.
It's Al Becky, 32900 Colony Hill, president of FCA. The picnic tables are the village property,
Right,
and they should be either repaired or
Replaced.
replaced
Okay.
by the village.
right.
Fortunately, we have in the past been able to use those picnic tables during Roundup. but otherwise they are always on the green, period. So, and
Thank you for the clarification.
we receive no financial support from the village.
Right.
So I don't know why we would be even considering
Gotcha, okay.
tapping FCA money for that.
I'll ask Roger Fraser to do an inventory and let's see what they look like, so, okay. Anything else? Council? Right, planning, Pete, Stewart, you guys have a?
Roger?
I'm sorry?
Roger's up first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I was busy taking notes of the meeting we just had. Sorry.
Mr. Administrator.
Just a couple of things. I mentioned a little while back that we had been awarded some money from the state to help out with MERS. That money is now in our MERS account.
Wonderful.
And it will help relieve some of the obligation that we have with respect to paying down, although they're also trying to structure it so that we don't top out on the amounts that we've been paying. So that's one thing.
Question?
Pardon me?
Question? Did they award the full amount that we had thought we were going to get?
Yes.
Outstanding.
Excellent.
Yep.
Good work.
Thank you. The 30K that Tony talked about was also an opportunity that we picked up on with information that we'd received from the state. I sent that over to Tony just a couple of weeks ago, and he turned it around rather quickly. And they replied that they would award $30,000 to the Franklin Fire Department. So we're doing some procedural stuff to get that squared around. But they will wind up with some additional equipment that they did not have. So that's cool. The other thing I just want to mention is that I'm going to be gone the end of the month, the last week of the month. Sue and I are going out to Colorado to spend some time with our son.
Wonderful.
Okay?
Okay,
Thank you.
you're up now.
I can only delay it so long, is that what you're saying? Well, I'd like to give the council a report for the Planning Commission for the last month. We don't have a lot of things on our agenda for last month. The only thing that we added to the agenda was we discussed with the village, with the Planning Commission about the 90 days we've been given for researching the barn situation north of 14 Mile and finding a location. So that we introduced that to the Planning Commission, but we'll start in earnest this next meeting as giving them enough time to think about it before their meetings. We did hold off on the ranking of planning priorities because we wanted to wait for the outcome of today's election or appointment for the Planning Commission. So it's going to be a good meeting next week to talk about planning priorities, which then we can then provide the finalized priorities with the council to determine whether or not we're in alignment. So that'll be good. That'll be a good discussion that we'll have. We also had a site plan review for the old Bank of America property on 13 Mile and Telegraph. So that was approved for the site plan done. In additional, just as an additional note, last council meeting, Chief Roberts asked if there is something that the Village Planning Commission could do with regards to strengthening the ordinance of short-term rentals or Airbnbs and the comment that I'd like to at least let the public know is that as we already have an ordinance in place that makes short-term leases or short-term rentals a commercial action in a residential area, which is actually, because it's a commercial activity, it is actually not allowed to have a short-term rental. So the properties that are in question actually are currently they're actually I think the term is currently non-compliance or grandfathered in because those existed prior to. I'm sorry. Pre-existing non-conforming, which is exactly, and so that's the situation that they're dealing with. So I wanted to at least let the council know that's the situation. If they choose to conform, then there are provisions in place that we can do to protect them in that regard.
It'd be once they stopped being operated as a short-term rental, then they couldn't go back.
That's right. Yeah. So that's the only thing that can help the police in that regard. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
To the extent that they are grandfathered, but apparently.
And I also appreciate you taking the time to go through the master plan and asking it. Also, the feedback we received this afternoon, this evening is good with regards to helping us align goals, because that is the biggest, I think, potential disconnect that we can have. So that'll help us in the future. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank you.
and congratulations again on your new chairmanship.
Oh, thank you. See how long the honeymoon lasts.
Is there Main Street Franklin? Susan?
So we had at least 600, 650 attendees probably at the summer block party. It looked like it was a big success. Everybody seemed to be having a great time. We had a lot of people from outside of Franklin's that were in attendance also. So the retailers, they are telling us that they did quite well during this, so that's a great thing. So we hope next year it'll be bigger, better, and better for the retailers. So our next big event will be the Franklinstein Frenzy. That's going to be October 28th. We always need volunteers, so that's always a fun event for the kids. Being told that there's a little pumpkin situation where I guess due to the weather, there's a shortage of pumpkins. So we're working on trying to find pumpkins for the pumpkin roll. So if you guys have any connections for pumpkins, please let me know. We're also, the board is working on our work plan. So Pam has been very helpful with that. So all the board members, we're working on that. So that's our direction going forward. Do you have any questions?
Main Street is doing such a great job, and the summer block party was just spectacular.
It was great.
So well attended, it was so well organized, people were having so much fun. It's remarkable to see so many young families coming and enjoying the amenities of our community.
So,
It's great.
I'm just curious, like the block party, is that, as far as the Main Street, is there a significant out-of-pocket expense to that, or is a lot of that absorbed?
So we probably broke pretty much even. We get a lot of sponsorships. So yes, I mean, you've got the event planner, that's a pretty big expense. Promotion stuff.
I'm just curious, I mean, it's awesome, I would love to see it.
We came out a little bit ahead, but
Once at the end of the summer, it's kind of a bummer that you gotta wait
yeah,
the entire.
yeah, it's a lot of work. So
know.
we definitely, it'd be great if we had more volunteers, hint, hint.
Well,
So
that was sort of.
it's a lot of work.
That's where I'm going on my.
It's a lot of work.
Right.
So, yep.
The volunteer issue is a big deal, and
Yeah.
we really need a lot of folks to step up.
Congratulations, it was a lot.
Yes, it was awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did Mickey Redmond have a good time? He did.
Cool. The public hearing, I guess we'll postpone that since the notice didn't get out timely. The next item is outdoor lighting ordinance.
So to back up, so Dana, we are gonna schedule in time for next month.
You got mixed up with that.
No, that's fine, I just wanna make sure that we do it.
Gotcha. So there's a letter in here from McKenna and Associate. It explains the,
Well, so there's two separate ones. The ones that are directly in your binders are the ones that's from McKenna directly, that incorporates Pam and David's feedback. The additional is their feedback with mine. The reason that I'm including it separate is it's substantially more edited. And so what I didn't want is to detract away from the edits that were being proposed by Pam and David with mine, because mine, and we can get into the discussion of it, is, again, I think I've been pretty upfront about my position on this, which is I think the ordinance is achieving beyond what personally I want to go to. I think that our focus when we initially set out on this, and granted I wasn't on the council at the time, was to limit light trespass, and so my edits are to focus on light trespass, because currently I just have substantial concerns that we'll be authorizing something that we don't fully appreciate the impact of.
so if we go through the version in the book, does not contain any of the,
None of mine, right. they're
none?
separate.
I thought you had submitted stuff months ago that
The
was
ones
taken.
that I initially submitted were just not my opinion. It was, here are some gaps that I'm seeing within regulatory framework that need to be improved upon. Or there were instances where we had an unconstitutional provision of regulating the contents of a flag rather than just flags themselves.
And those changes were made.
And some of them were made, others were not taken by the planning commission, as
Okay.
they could choose to do.
We're
But you want
just getting this now, just
Right.
now, right?
Yeah,
So we
there's
haven't
no way
had a
we're
chance
taking
to,
action.
right,
Yeah.
this seems
Yeah.
like it's too
Yeah.
much to
Yeah, for sure.
rely.
So do we want to let this one ride and give us a chance to look at it and take it up again next month?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think we should
Yeah.
take
Push it off.
the two and look at them together. Pam's and mine were nominal in
They were nominal,
relation
yeah.
to these. And some of them were, just on quick glance, changes to sections which you're suggesting eliminating entirely. So I would prefer to just have a month to review David's take on this and then get it back on the agenda for next month. to
Okay.
consider.
I have some feedback on this.
Let's have it.
I have some feedback. So one of the key points there, because I did take the light meter home, and I did some tests. So there's a section on here, light trespass at the property line, the intensity of light on a site shall not exceed 2/10 of a foot candle. So this little light meter we have, I go for my walks early in the morning, it's on now. I don't know if that's effective. Some of these lights, I walked past these 4 or 5 houses, like, wow, that is really glaring light. Like, this would be something of interest to this light ordinance. So I got the light panel meter, and it registered 0. So this is a disconnect about what we thought of being effectiveness. That this would have been bothersome to most people. There's 4 or 5, bright lights, pretty close to each other, just walk by on the street. So, that was some feedback that I don't know if this is meeting the requirements of it. So 0.2 foot candles is not much, but the way these lights were constructed, it just registered 0. And I was trying to get a register on, so, Stuart?
Yeah. So in that case, you said the word that actually pertains to that, which is glare.
Yeah.
So light trespass is not the same thing as glare, because you can have a low luminosity, but have it in a single point. Because light trespass is what you're measuring with your light meter, is how much light is passing through a specific area. And so when you can have a laser point light that doesn't have a lot of luminosity over across a large sheet of paper, but it does, it can blind you, right? So that's where glare comes into to dealing with that.
Glare still part of this, because I see it.
Glare is more
Oh, it
subjective.
is. That's mine.
The challenge is glare is more subjective, right?
Right.
Yours.
You can't, and you can't,
This is your version.
Yeah.
yeah, and that's a challenge that we face in planning, is how do you deal with glare, because it is more subjective. Because then you would have to actually be able to focus the trespass to a specific square, and then that means that the amount of area that you're covering to actually detect trespass is a problem. So it is more subjective, but at the same time, you know it when you see it, because you can't see anything else.
Yeah.
So, sorry.
So, yeah, I mean, so those are the things that I just struggle with, is like,
They are two separate things.
being practical as possible. What I think it would be helpful to have that example of what type of a light you felt caused the glare. Is
There
it?
were the high LED lights, that is for sale everywhere now. It really is.
Okay. Was there a particular coolness to it, right? Like that's, I don't know. For me, I don't particularly want to regulate the coolness to the light, right? They used this.
It wasn't temperature.
Okay, because I was gonna say, this is the perfect example. The white ones will not be authorized, the yellow ones are authorized.
So much easier.
So-
to look at.
Yeah, so the basis behind the color temperature was more due to what has done by other studies for night
Yeah.
lights, or night light sky, the sky night lighting, and how it affects vision and other animals at night. So the warmer the temperature, the less glare exists typically, as well as the less intrusion to animal life and other lighting for other things. The blue lights cause more glare and can be more difficult to well, they're harsher on the eyes at night. So that's the reason why we recommend a color temperature. I don't know if we're actually specifically saying that you have to have that, but it's a recommended color temperature.
It is currently, in its current state, mandated.
Okay.
I have a question. Has the planning commission seen your version,
Not yet.
David? Okay, so I'm happy to take it up next month. However, I would really like the planning, there's some substantial, there's stylistic
between.
changes, and there's some
They meet in
content.
between us, so,
Yeah,
yeah,
maybe-
make sure you guys this month, take a look at
Yeah,
David's
Okay.
changes.
Chris needs to look at it too.
Yeah, send it to Chris as well.
Okay, thanks.
Stuart, can you help me out? Where's glare talked about here?
It's a definition.
It's a definition: visual conditions in which there is excessive contrast or inappropriate distribution of lighting sources that disturbs the observer or limits the ability to distinguish details in objects.
I see the definition, but where is it prohibited?
So 147005, A, unless otherwise noted herein, lighting fixtures shall be focused downward and shall be fully shielded to
To
prevent.
prevent glare, yeah, thank you.
And then there's, I think, one or two other instances where glare is.
Okay.
A lot of times with the new LEDs, like if you have like a candle like LED light, they're a lot better now than they were, where they distribute the light across a longer filament to make it look more like an incandescent bulb. But some of the older ones are much more point light, and those are the ones you're going to see they're harsh, that are up close. But even if you have something like that that's well on someone's property, 20, 30 feet, 140 feet onto a property, if it is a point light, which we just to discourage people to have, if it is a point light, it can create glare. Yeah.
So, question, to make sure we have clarity here. I see it here. Light fixtures shall be focused downward to prevent glare.
Yep.
And minimize light trespass beyond the property line. So in a case where somebody went out and replaced their porch lights, these were all porch lights, would this cause them to be non-conforming?
So that's partly why we give, for glare, yes, you can become non-compliant for glare.
Okay, so they can replace their light bulbs and suddenly, wow,
Yes.
this is very different, and it was noticeable. I'll show you where this
So, a couple of things I would like the planning commission to consider when they're looking at the language is, rather than thinking about how they want to envision it, what are all the things that aren't really being considered? So when we talk about like cafe lights, when we talk about driveways that have the lights now embedded in the driveways, patios, similar things, how does that read into this?
So do driveway lights shine off your property? And do they,
They go straight into the-
but do they maximize more than, I think it's 500 lumens unless you're illuminating a flag?
Well, you're not, I'm not sure that where's that required?
You're not supposed to shine lights up into the air, I believe.
But that's my point.
Dark sky.
Like a driveway, you can drive around the new driveways.
Right, they put like a puck inside the concrete, right? Is what
Yeah.
you're talking about? Where
So
it
for
shines.
those, what does this do for that? They would be
Well,
banned. Right. So that's where I'm saying, like, let's be real specific about what the unintended consequences are going to be. Like,
But that's creating nightlight that's shining up and light pollution.
So do we care about sky? Is sky pollution a true priority for us? Like,
Well, the streetscape is actually a good example of that, because a lot of the pushback that the community gave for streetscape was, are we going to illuminate the light sky because we get enough from Telegraph already? So are we going to encourage that, which the village already, during the streetscape lighting project, already came out and said, hey, this is one of my biggest hurdles to streetscape is, are we going to be illuminating the skylight above us? And if that's something that's changed in the village, then that would be a change in what we've experienced in the past.
I mean, ultimately, we're going to have to make those decisions as, individual policymakers when this comes to us. But that was like the same thing with cafe lights, right? Like,
So that's a downtown lights have different.
my backyard, if I had cafe lights in my backyard, no shielding, can emanate above the 90 degrees.
String lights.
Right. Right, so again, I just want to be very thoughtful of what are the different lighting things that exist out there. We know ones that are egregious, the things that it's like when you see it, you know it, but I'm also looking at how are we impacting our individual residents, where it's like they're going to receive a notification that they're out of conformity or they're non-compliant, and they're gonna be like, are you kidding me? This is a cafe light.
But these are all things that we also considered during, I mean, string lights and lights that are uncovered are things that we've already did consider as a planning commission.
Yeah, I get it.
I have a question about enforcement, Roger. How, let's say people replace their porch lights to this very high glare light. How will enforcement happen? What do you see?
Usually by complaint.
By complaint. So somebody file a complaint and you receive it, and then somebody would visit at nighttime, obviously, or early morning.
Yep. So in some of these cases, we have some collaboration between our code guy and the PD.
Okay.
So if they've got somebody out, we'll ask them to take a look at a particular address. And sometimes the code guy comes in at night.
Okay, very well. Just want clarity. Thank you.
I had one particular just question around the process. So approval process 147010, non-residential lighting where site plan review is not required. So where a site plan review is not required, e.g. lighting replacement only, no other proposed improvements, proposed replacement outdoor lighting shall be subject to review by the building official, electrical inspector, the rest is irrelevant, but would that include like a sconce on the side of your house?
If you're doing a straight replacement of a sconce, I don't believe a building permit needs to be pulled, from what I understand.
Right, and that's where I guess because this isn't saying where a permit is required to be pulled. It almost read as if it was creating a new obligation.
So it would be nice for them to ask, the village whether or not that sconce would be in compliance, only from the reason of you don't want to buy something that you can't actually use. Early on, when we were developing this ordinance, we looked at total luminosity that was allowed per lot, but we found that to be very difficult to actually enforce. Plus, even though most light bulbs that you purchase today can tell you how many lumens it actually puts out, you do have the challenge of how do you sum the total lumens that a person has on their property at a certain time for the certain type of thing that you're trying to illuminate. It becomes much more unwieldy as an ordinance. And when in reality, the biggest complaint that we have with regards to lighting ordinances is complaints from neighbors and being affected by the lighting by their neighbors. So your light on your property right now, as the ordinance is written today, not the one that we're proposing, but you're not allowed to shine, you're not allowed to cast a shadow on your neighbor's property or on the road. And that's not very specific. I mean, but we decided that was the metric or the bar by which we have to write our ordinance, because that's what's on the books, but give it more detail, make it more empirical rather than as vague as it is today and subjective. Because I know that people have that challenge. Honestly, if I can read a newspaper on my property from my neighbor's light, I think it's a little bright.
Right. So again, I just think that in instances where we're just looking for if you need a permit, then here's what the requirement is. We just want to specify that.
Can I try something here real quick? Is there a measurement of glare?
No.
Glare is subjective. If you've had LASIK surgery, my wife has.
You're right.
Very glare aware. She can't drive on the freeway at night without sunglasses. So you can't litigate something that is not measurable.
Yep.
Okay? So if you're going to try and manage glare, measure.
Yep.
So how do you do it? I don't know. I'm just pointing out that what's glare to me is not glare to you.
Yep, totally agree.
So.
And that's what we're struggling with, because
Yeah,
our
that is-
ordinance is basically just based upon glare. Don't
Yeah.
create glare, and then we have a subjective
Regulate
ordinance.
speed, but you can't regulate fast.
Yep.
I'm not a lawyer, don't say one on TV. But common sense is you can't measure, you can't regulate.
But you're a ZBA commissioner.
So just food for thought on glare. And we can think about this some more when we're addressing the discussion. But food for thought with regards to glare. glare does put out a certain luminosity, and if we do need to measure something that has glare, we could potentially consider what are the options of the point source luminosity, but we'd have to be right on top of that object. So if someone requests or complains about glare for a specific item, then maybe we could look into changing the glare to a certain light measurement. But that's a challenge.
There are legal glare measurements if you Google what is the measurement of glare. The problem is, it's all say it's subjective. There is a unified glare rating. There is a Dober's scale. There's multiple things, but none of them acknowledge that you can measure them consistently.
Sounds like we got a tough one. We got to figure it out before we move forward, so.
Yep.
Okay.
I will say, though, glare is probably going to be a leading cause of accidents in the village
Right.
at night, which, if we can't measure it,
That's the leading cause of complaints, too.
it is.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Can I ask a question? How about floodlights? Where they put these daylight LEDs?
That can be measured. You can measure luminosity from it, as long as it stays on their property.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Right, and that's where I was.
Because the higher they go, the broader.
But that goes back to my light trespass. I think, well, regardless, I'll reach out to you, Stuart, and I'll send my edits and we can talk about it.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
So where do we go with this thing? Do you want to
I'm gonna send it back.
send it to,
Stuart, and then he'll.
okay, so
Back to the
back to the planning commission, so, okay, and then we'll.
There's just a few points, sorry.
Okay.
One is, please be mindful that a code enforcement officer has to figure out how to read, interpret, and enforce this ordinance. And then residents have to figure out how to comply with it. And then since this village's ordinance enforcement policy is complaint-driven, you are probably about to open the floodgates to a lot of neighbors calling about other neighbors. And then, what, yeah. And then it is only driving animosity between neighbors. So if the purpose was to make it clearer what a glare is and light trespass, then the scope should remain narrow. And if you're saying you don't want your neighbor to enjoy their patio and light it up, well, I mean, are you saying that you can't string lights? Or I mean, it's just like, think about the impact on the residents. People put in $50,000 patios with beautiful lights that are in the cement. So once this gets passed, those will be pre-existing non-conforming. But then once they want to replace those lights in the $50,000 patio, are they then going to be unable to do so unless they comply with this? So before this gets approved, everyone's lights are pre-existing non-conforming, right? And then once they replace those lights, they have to conform to this new ordinance. So then put out notice, replace your LEDs now, let them last for 20 years. But think about the encumbrance you're putting on personal property in their backyard and their enjoyment, because you may be opening up this village to a lot of nuisance claims, or you're preventing me from using my property in the way that I wish. And I'm not sure that's the intent. If the intent is clarification and scope and don't shine a floodlight on my neighbor, then maybe keep it small so a code enforcement officer isn't overwhelmed by complaints, so the council doesn't get multiple people up here, so the village administrator has a manageable caseload, the attorney can deal with other things, because the sign ordinance, the lighting ordinance, those are ordinances that people use as weapons against their neighbors. And they only seem to be enforced around political season and when things are coming up like streetscapes, sidewalks, and lights, and then all of a sudden they fade into the background. And then every 2 years they come up again. And so think about the manner in which people are using a complaint-driven process for lighting and signs. And I know, Stuart, you're very knowledgeable and have the best of intentions. I'm just saying that, this may have an unintended consequence.
Reminds me
One
of
more,
the
and then
Boulder
we got to move on.
issue.
Sorry, before we move on, just a point of order with regards to getting information back to the planning commission or referring it back to us. I would really appreciate it if the council could review David's comments and provide a concise council response to us. That way you get a more complete picture to us of what the council expects from us, because I do appreciate your feedback, and you've come several times to give us feedback, but I wouldn't mind, I get great questions here. Pete has gotten great questions here, but I want to make sure that we get common feedback across, because you all have different opinions.
But how can we do that, except
Well-
for discussing it here, because we can't discuss outside of here?
Well, you can all provide your own input to us that we can then review. Right? So if you have comments on what David's already submitted to the public, and then you want to provide that to us, that would be very helpful to us, at least from a planning commission, because otherwise it creates a much more conversation here, whereas we can have that conversation in planning commission.
So, Stuart, if I can just kind of paraphrase, again, I have substantial edits based off of my own opinions around lighting, right? It may not be shared by the rest of you, so if you are able to comment directly on what my feedback is, they can get a flavor of what they need to focus on. Because if we have 4 or 5 of us that all say, yes, David, this is a good point, they know, okay, we should put our time and effort into making those changes, where if I'm on an island on what I think needs to be changed, then they don't have to put as much attention.
And that feedback will be made public when we have our planning commission, because it'll be in our packets. So that way we can discuss it in planning, and then everyone can see what those edits are.
I can make a comment. So I
I'd
see
appreciate
David, you've Xed out the glare definition on here. Is that correct?
Correct.
Because of ambiguity?
Because of subjectivity.
Subjective ambiguity, yes. So if that's the case, if we take this glare out, we will accomplish nothing.
Right.
We will
Right.
accomplish nothing. These
Right.
4 houses that I walked past on the street and got the light meter out, they would have failed the 0.2 foot candle measure. They are bothersome, and we would have said, wow, we did nothing for all that effort. So that is, the mission is how do you solve the glare?
We got to figure out the glare.
Just that, Stuart,
Yep.
just that.
Right.
And
If that's the feedback, okay, that's fine.
That's the biggie.
Okay.
I'll look for your solution next month.
We also have input from both Pam and David, right?
Yeah, correct.
That needs to go back with whatever you do here, right?
There's like 3
Honestly-
changes, it's not much.
Honestly, I would go the other way. I mean, half of the sections that Pam and I commented on, David's suggesting eliminating entirely.
Yeah.
So let's get through the bigger picture, and if there's any of our comments left to be considered, I'll incorporate them in then, but I need to get my hands around this. The one thing I'd like to see, which I'll find it, I mean, is, what does the current ordinance say? 'Cause the alternative is keeping what we have. That was we already have a lighting ordinance. I thought the whole exercise was our current ordinance didn't work, so we had to fix it, and we sent the planning commission on this red herring now for months, coming back with something that didn't really give them great direction in the first instance. And what is it, we have 2 choices. Keep our simple, vague, subject to interpretation ordinance, or something that's overly technical and creates a problem. I mean, like, I don't know what the middle is, otherwise, or just don't have a light ordinance.
Well, again, I mean, personally, it's aligning from us on a policy standpoint of what are the priorities? Is sky glare or light pollution a priority for us? If it's not, then there's a huge portion of this that isn't relevant.
I mean, I didn't know we had a problem, to be honest with you.
Well, that's my point, is that we sent soming and then
We
it
had
morphs with
we had
different.
a fight between residents
We
that has
had
now
2
turned into a year-long episode to create an ordinance because 2 residents couldn't figure out how to resolve
So,
it.
Exactly.
you know, it started off with 2 residents, but all you can buy now at Costco or, you know, buy your lights, everything has ramped up. So, I do think some management, some regulation is needed. Because suddenly we're gonna have 300 residents with this going on, and 400 residents, and like, that's the new normal. If these porch lights.
Don't look at the light.
Right.
You know, these porch lights became like these 4 houses, like, that would, you know, talk about your rural nature.
Right.
It is
It's
not a
gone.
rural nature,
Right.
it is not.
Right.
So I think it's needed, I don't know how to solve it, I trust in Stuart to solve it.
Can I ask a question? How about holiday lighting? In our neighborhood, the person
It's
has,
exempt.
It's exempt.
Except it can't be moving.
so you could have a landing strip with
It can't
lighting?
be moving. It can't be moving like.
That stuff,
Yeah, but he moved, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
huh? Yeah, he moved, but I mean, the people around him had to buy, they had to put special blinds up and everything else. The traffic that was brought into the neighborhood was horrible. I mean,
I thought it was fun.
yeah, but the thing was, is if you lived in that neighborhood, it was horrible.
Okay, let's move on. So,
amused.
Stuart, it's in your court, we're gonna get comments to you and go from there. We're gonna get, if anybody has any specific comments for Stuart, direct them to him, so, okay. Okay, this public institutional zoning, 10B.
Did we get instruction on what the council's position is versus first read, or for this ordinance? Is it to send this back to the planning?
Yes.
Yes.
Could we get a motion to that effect, please?
I so move.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. 10B, do we want to move forward with that?
May I make a
Given
comment?
No.
I'm sorry, I'm really violating Robert's rules here. If anybody else has any comments about the lighting ordinance, get it in.
Yeah.
I think this is coming in a little late, and it's kind of balling up a process that's been underway for months. With all due respect.
Everybody can move forward, I'll be a no.
Well, no, it's okay. I think it should go back. New issues are coming up. I just think that we can't continue to revise and revise.
But this is my question, Pam.
Yeah.
Before tonight, would you think that cafe lights were excluded or allowed, based off of your reading? So I'm challenging us to think about all the ways we're going to be impacting the lives of residents. So I understand that it came in late because I wanted to give it its due diligence. I would rather take the time to put out the right thing than something. And that's what my fear is with us, again, not providing the proper direction of what do we care about as policymakers, because at the end of the day, what we sent them there was this conflict, light trespass, the potential of glare, and then it incorporated a life of its own of light pollution, and that didn't come from us. And so are we accepting some of the intents of the Planning Commission because it's there, whereas if we had crafted it and done it ourselves, that it wouldn't be in there. And point is taken, appreciate the fact that we are now sending it back, and at some point in time, the Planning Commission is at our mercy of being the yo-yo. But I just want to make sure that what we put out there is right.
I'm okay with that. I'm just making a request, if anybody else finds something, just give it to Stuart, and then we want to get done with this, that's all.
Yep.
Okay.
This ordinance has birthdays already.
Okay, old business, the public institutional zoning for the 5 things that we,
Bill, that needs to be
Should we-
deferred to October.
should we do that? That's my question. So let's just defer all of the rest of, or B and C for old business, okay?
Why are we deferring it?
Because we don't have the hearing.
You didn't have the public hearing.
Oh, are we talking about so we're going to cancel the discussion because we didn't have the hearing?
Yes.
For
Got
B.
it, okay.
You
For
could still
B.
have C, because you're not considering an ordinance or anything. It's through direction to staff as to what it is that you'd like to do about those other properties.
I would like to understand, before we go, why I thought these were originally included in public institutional,
Right.
and now we're discussing it again. What is the
Well,
issue?
so we met last month.
Yeah,
The Franklin Cemetery, I'm not sure that should have been included, but the church wasn't here.
oh,
And we
it was
never-
not included?
No, they
the
weren't
people weren't
present.
here.
They weren't
The
represented.
They weren't
representatives
present.
Right,
They didn't have a
And we gave them
representative.
one chance to come back if they
Yeah.
had issues to fight it.
Okay, thank you.
The FCA properties were in well, we know the FCA's position on it, I believe, but
No, you
we
don't.
didn't
You
take,
don't
or maybe
know.
we don't, but we didn't take action on it yet because we're still, and I think if anything we should do today is let's vet out explain to council what it is we're dealing with the title company.
okay.
The Huda School, they were here, they were gonna review the ordinance and be
Yeah.
present here today. They're not. I don't know if
Okay.
we received a correspondence from them.
Got it, okay.
We should,
Yeah.
Did we invite them?
but at
Yeah,
last
they
meeting,
said they'd
at last
Review and
meeting,
get back to
they
us,
were
yeah.
supposed to get back to us at this meeting.
Right.
And the cemetery, again, we didn't hear
we
from them,
agreed
but I think we agreed that that probably should be included. Right.
Okay, all right, so it's just a
So I think we
schedule.
just need to wait
All
a
right.
month, because we have to do the public hearing, and then we'll just do it all at one
And
time.
hopefully we get the title work
But we
done.
can-
Do you want to talk
Yeah.
a little bit about the title work
Yeah, so
on the
let's do
FCA
that
property?
here. Let's explain to everyone what's
Yes,
going on.
so I provided, earlier today, my email to the title company, and it breaks down parcel 1, parcel 2, parcel 3. Parcel 1 is basically the library. We have the title search, and there are a number of parcel or lots included into that library. And one of my maps, I believe it's the, bear with me, map number 2, lists about 20 different lots, right there, yes. So, Mr. Goldberg did a nice job and pulled a deed that showed all of these parcels were included in a deed to the village of Franklin, except for lot 195, which is on the upper left there, if you see it. I had discussions with title company, I said it was, looks like it was inadvertently not included in the deed. What can we do to remedy it? And they're discussing it with their attorney, and the attorney hasn't gotten back, but, you know, Dave knows probably a lot more than I do about it.
Well,
but-
there's two issues. And what the first issue is, or where this created from, is the village way back when bought all this land on land contract. And then they paid the land contract off, and when you pay off a land contract, you get a deed.
Get a deed.
So the land contract included all of that land, but for some reason, the deed forgot to include 195. So we clearly were supposed to have bought it. There are land title standards out there that title companies that rely upon, that you're only supposed to have to go back 40 years in searching for ownership. So the presumption is that we've owned it for 40 years, and nobody from the predecessors of the land contract vendors that sold to us came forward and said, hey, you never paid off the land contract, that's really ours. So it either is some type of land title standard where they would just insure over it, or we have to go to court and go through what's called a quiet title action, and basically have the court adjudicate that, yes, we do in fact own lot 195.
Okay.
So do we need to do that?
Well, we're waiting to hear from the title company what their
Right.
position is.
We're trying to have it more efficient where the title company says we can accept an affidavit or something to that effect. And that's what they're looking into. That's where they're.
Right, we might be able to just record an affidavit that says, you know, the contract's been satisfied, nobody's said
So it's
otherwise.
our affidavit,
Correct.
not from the seller.
Yeah, I mean, if we have to go back to the seller, we're talking
They're
about
gone.
great-grandchildren.
Right,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, so that's not a possibility.
say a prayer.
So that's the issue with, yeah, with 195,
Okay, that's one thing then.
yep.
What's parcel 2?
Parcel number 2 is the ball fields.
Wow.
The title report indicates that both Franklin Community Association and Franklin Village own it. We dispute that. There's a deed that shows it's just Franklin Community Association. There's another error with that. They're not including parcel number 78. Let me have you look at.
Yeah, so Dana, could you put that one up? This one's pretty simple to
Next one,
explain, and you can see where all the,
There you go.
Last map.
well, no, we'll go one more, go one more. Go one more.
Is that it?
That's it.
No, go one more.
Oh, there's 78.
No, go to the one that shows them all. That one, right there, yeah. So, all right, so, look, historic, 82, 83, 84, 85, there's never been any question.
Right.
86, 87, 88, that's all 81. Clearly, that's always been the FCA's property. Historically, we've always believed that 75, 76, and 77, and 78, all of which also include, if you can see, a little sliver down at the bottom of the hill that runs along all of them. We've always been under the impression that 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, and 80 were all owned, along with 53, which is technically another plat, were all owned by the village. Based upon the deeds that we have, it appears that 75, 76, 77, and 78 are all owned by the FCA, and all the village owns is 79 and 80. I'm gonna walk up here.
Yeah, 78 is omitted.
So if you look, if you can see, 75 and 76 have a little strip of the hill that's part of that. 77 and 78 also do, and then there's this little gap here. The FCA, according to our records, owns 75, 76, 77, 78, and this strip. We own 79 and 80, and then the rest of the hill, so it goes up to the cemetery. The tax ID numbers that we've always been operating on show one parcel as 75, 76, 77, as being in one, as you can see, one tax ID, 78, 79, and 80 being another. Well, 78 is the one that's in limbo there. 78 is actually owned by the FCA.
Should have a different
So
parcel.
020 should actually be 75, 76, 77, 78, and the sliver. And 022 should only be 79 and 80. The deeds are pretty clear that we only own 79 and 80. So really, it's really getting something fixed at the county to get them to make the tax ID number of 20 to include 78 and the tax ID number of 22 to remove 78. And then it'll be really what it is. We own 79 and 80, which is the, all intents and purposes, the Krieger property. And then all those small little lots that we saw, that's the village hall and the police station. And that's one set of small lots. And if you get to number 3, we had a similar problem as we did with 195 when we bought the land contract. So Dana, if you could go to the one that shows
A little more.
right there? Yeah, so same thing here. In that deed where we got 83 to 170, and then next to it is 170. Is there 2 rows there?
No, just one.
Just the one row?
Yep.
Yeah. So basically, the same thing happened. When we got a deed, 1 or 2 of those lots were inadvertently omitted in the deed. So we have to clean that one up too. Those things are more technical issues. The real substantive one is getting definite clarification that there's no other deed out there that's different than the ones that say the FCA owns 75, 76, 77, and 78. I think it's been Al's and the FCA's position all along, and we don't have anything to the contrary.
So when are we gonna be able to know that?
One more thing before, hopefully soon, but one more thing to add is that red parcel, that's all one tax ID, the title company is showing that FCA owns it, but we have a deed that shows we own it.
Wait.
with the
Which one are you talking
Wait,
about?
say that again.
Number 7980,
No,
and the rest of them,
no.
under parcel 3.
You own that
So if you
too?
look at the title search. It says Franklin Community Association. See that, David?
For parcel 3, and parcel 3 is defined as 79 and
80 along with.
well, again, that's the mess up.
Yeah.
It's 78, 79, and 80.
Correct.
So it's, again, it's part of the mess up. Part of parcel 3, part of that we do own. We own 79 and 80, and we own also 69 to 183.
Correct.
Just 78 needs to be out of there.
Correct.
It's all 78.
But the title report says that FCA owns
Yeah.
that. So
This
we're trying
title
to resolve all
report,
these
yeah.
issues.
This photo report's gonna get completely redone now that we've given them the information we
Correct,
had.
right. I think my email, working with David, summarizes what the issues are. Hopefully we'll get it resolved.
No,
I was
totally
hoping
does.
before this meeting, but for sure next, we'll get some direction from the title company.
I think we know the answers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just, may I ask a question?
That's,
If the FCA is okay with their property being rezoned,
everything in the red.
why do we need to take time in this meeting to discuss the titles if the village can basically unilaterally decide what zone that title should be?
Well, ownership and zoning are a lot different. Who actually owns the land?
Okay, but if the village owns the land that's in question, then it doesn't matter.
We don't own the land anymore.
You don't own, okay. If the land is owned by the FCA and they approve it, but you're.
But they're not.
They're
No,
not.
no, you
We
don't
don't
have
know
any
that-
idea.
Yeah, that's
what
what I-
we're
We don't know if
gonna
they
do.
are or
We
not,
can talk to
yeah.
Al right now if you want.
Yeah, I would like to have that discussion.
So to me, just
None of us were
from,
looking for
just from the planning side, when we were discussing areas, right? We were discussing areas as in like property owned by the FCA and property owned by the Village Green. I will say that I think that this discussion, if the FCA has an opinion, and whether it's up in the air who owns the title, I think you can arbitrarily say, okay, this parcel, we will not make public, quasi-public until the title is figured out. Or you can say, you know, FCA does accept this, and then the village can, regardless of the title ownership, you can make that zoning decision separate, right?
But we're this close to getting it all resolved.
But I'm just saying, do you need this to be able to make that designation?
No, we don't, but we decide for ourselves, we're gonna wait till we have real clarification, sound like we're
Of
almost.
who owns what, correct.
We're almost there, we're not done yet. We're not done.
Let's finish it.
Mr. David,
Thank you. Rick David, 27201 Wellington. Can you go back, Dana, to the 195 slide? Right here, this one. To further muck this thing up, while we're talking about the zoning and things, is it possible to get this road vacated?
Where's the road?
Right, this is plotted as a road.
Yeah, that's why it's not connected.
and it's not vacated?
No, oh, I guess I don't.
No,
know.
yeah, I believe it's not, because
I
this
mean,
is
we
how
can't,
it's,
look.
look at the maps now, it's
Rick,
still there.
I have this thick on that as well. That is a whole nother cleanup of our predecessors that would have to be addressed. The thing is, all the areas like that aren't vacated, they're at least owned by the same party on both sides of the road. So whether it's vacated or not doesn't have great impact.
Just as a thought, if you're
But
going through
yes,
this whole
you're
problem.
right. There are probably 6 in our little area here, areas where we didn't vacate
That's fine, I just
the road.
thought,
No, you're
I saw it
absolutely
up there,
right.
so it should be.
There's
yeah.
like 5 of those out there. The most important one that did get vacated is Irving Road.
Right.
Which at the time we thought was half owned by us and half owned by the FCA, which we now own, they own it all, so.
Great, that's all.
So there's been a couple of back and forths on FCA's position. Is the FCA prepared to discuss whether or not they support the zoning or not? And if you're not prepared at this moment, no rush.
That's the difficulty. The board has not discussed it at all yet, okay?
Totally fine.
We have not been able to meet since the last council meeting officially.
And remember, you guys have 2 issues to discuss.
Right, but I'm talking solely about the PI.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
okay? From my perspective, I believe that we are going to be supportive of the PI designation for the property, which is completely different,
Yeah.
and a different issue from the other one.
Agreed.
Yep.
As is the
But-
village land.
Right.
Yep.
So but I can't.
But we're only dealing with the
I can't
zoning
speak-
one right
I can't
now.
speak for the
And
organization.
we don't want you to have to.
Yeah.
But
We just wanted to clarify the ownership thing
the
finally.
sense is that we will not object to the PI.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you.
very good.
Thanks.
Thanks, David, for clearing up that muddy water here.
Yep.
Okay, let's move on. Street name signs?
May I ask a clarification?
Yeah,
On C, discussing the public institution zoning, do you want us to include these?
yes.
But it would be in a first reading rather than a second reading, because you've already had first reading on all the items that were in B. So we would set up these as a first reading.
You know,
of this
let's,
ordinance.
I don't think we should do it in 2 stages. I think we should hold off on doing any second readings until we've come to a final decision on all the properties, because the second reading is the final reading.
Right.
So, we've had a first reading on these properties. I would wait to have our position on these others and do a first reading on those, and then whatever the final ones are in that second reading is when you could still have one fall out and one stay in. So I would prefer to do it all at one time.
So next month, just do C as a first reading and leave B
No
off the
second.
agenda.
Bring that back in October?
Yes, I know.
And bring the whole set back in
Yeah,
November?
let's have the public hearing on everything,
Right?
and then let's rediscuss C next meeting. I think
Right.
we've already come to agreement
Right.
on A.
Well, we would set up C as a first reading.
Yes.
The only thing to fix, though, on your list, I went back and checked the minutes. Franklin Slaying Hill was never discussed.
Never discussed.
Correct. That was 53, right?
We never
Never
discussed
discussed
53.
it.
So that should move down.
53 should go back to C, go into C, not B.
I thought that was included in one of the maps here.
We never did a first reading on it, though.
We never included it in the first reading. So if we want
Well,
to
it was-
include it, we should include it in the first reading of the second
Well,
section.
see,
It shows up on our records as being part of.
I know, and that's part of the problem was when we discussed, when I went through the minutes and we just, part of the public institutional, the historic, in one of them, we used addresses, in one of them, we used tax ID numbers. And the one that we used tax ID numbers, those are flawed. We just saw that.
Yeah.
So when we went ahead and said, include the Krieger property, well, you're right. In theory, if we did include the Krieger property, then we did include the Sledding Hill. Because this Krieger property consists of 79, 80, and then that, and the balance of 53. So the definition of 022 includes that.
The entire
land.
Sledding Hill?
Yeah.
Because it's the tax.
Except for the very piece at the bottom.
Except for the piece, that's the FCA's at the bottom. Got it.
Yeah,
Part with the
see,
bump.
because see how like technically this is all one contiguous piece. See how they.
The landing spot.
So this is,
Yeah.
and then you guys own
Yeah.
this and then the sliver.
So even though it wasn't discussed, it was included in the write-up.
Let's move on.
Yeah.
So we're okay with it the way it is?
Yes.
Okay.
So can I request though that we speak with the Huda School and the church and give them their due diligence to say, we're gonna meet again, we are inviting you to please come and share
The
your
church and
vision.
the Huda School need to be here next
They
meeting, or
need
we're
to
not
be
hearing
here.
from them.
Right, or that, or we're gonna write.
Yep. We'll get that done.
What?
I said, we'll send out a communication.
Thank you.
Good.
Okay. Okay. Let's move on to E, village signs. Roger, you've determined there's 200 street name signs.
Yes.
The question is, now what?
What do you want to do about it?
All right, so here, on our budget list today, and if you could find this out, we spent, I don't know, it was like roughly $1,000 fixing signs for sign repair. I'd be curious, how many signs did $1,000 fix?
I can send you the invoice.
Because if
Just
we
a
had
guess,
two,
you know?
yeah, I mean, did it fix 2 or did it fix 10? Okay,
It was several.
all right, so if $1,000
And they
to
were just
replace a
green
handful,
name signs.
not the poles, right?
Not the poles. Poles would presumably be there.
And the installation cost.
I mean, right.
Yep.
The ones in the historic district are wood.
We're not.
These
we're
were,
not talking about
about
the
those?
these were outside the historic district,
Okay.
yeah.
They're-
But
But
everything.
this whole discussion is just a potential project
Right.
to replace all of our street signs throughout the community
Right.
with one particular to-be-determined metal or wood sign, and that we should simply put this out for bid to sign companies that do this for a living, let them do the heavy lifting and come back to us with proposals. I mean, it's no different.
Should we
than
give
going-
them some guidelines or just leave it wide open and say, you tell us what you think?
If we're to discuss this, obviously financial matters, what is the proposal? We're going to replace, full replacement, including posts, with installation, this style. I mean, we need to have a fair assessment.
Right.
What's the baked-in cost, what we're talking about?
I would leave it to the vendors to tell us whether we need to replace all of our posts, because I don't know that we do.
Right.
We may not.
Right.
It
Well,
may
let's
just be
write
the
a pro-
street signs.
We need to come up with a proposal, but we're asking for an RFQ.
But let me make a response to this, because if you take a look at the historic downtown district signs, they're on 4x4s, and you've got wood signs that are painted
Right.
that are on there.
Right.
Outside of that, you don't have any of those 4x4s, you've got metal poles.
Correct.
And the question that I'm struggling with is, do you want to consider wood poles around the village?
No,
We
I
can't
think the
afford that.
maintenance on that would be outrageous.
Right. Well, right.
I'm
And
talking
the cost.
about outside of the historic district, looking at the rest of the village of Franklin signage that is
The green and
typically
white
green and
signs.
white signs,
Those are the ones we're concerned.
and whether we
Well,
need to replace all the poles or
this
not
is-
to be determined.
We are really, let's present a proposal to council. This is the design we are proposing. This is the number we're proposing, and you go from there. This is not enough to make any kind of decision.
No, I'm saying get an RFP.
No, we can't do that. We have to decide what we're asking for in the first place. We can't ask for, you know.
I think we need, to meet halfway in between the two comments, somebody needs to own this.
Somebody what?
Needs to own this. Who wants to own it? I'm not passionate about it. It's not me.
So all I need from you is just some direction on what it is you're looking for, then we can go out and get proposals.
That's all I'm saying. And I'll own that. I mean, when we decided to put up welcome to Franklin signs, we went to a professional company that designed the signs, came back to us with pricing, and we elected to go forward. Same thing. There are sign companies that do this. Bloomfield Hills has a gold and black signs that we can choose.
Michael, I think we need more definition about what we're asking for.
Well, we have to decide, do we like the green and white signs? And if we like the green and white signs that we already have, are we just replacing the ones that are bad? And then we don't have such a big cost, or do we want to change all the signs?
Personally, I would like to see a change, something new and something different. That's just my own
Kathy's
personal.
right. That's the decision we have to make. Do
Yeah.
you want to change from the green and white
Yeah.
to something that's more branded?
Right.
And then in addition to, as we've discussed before, you can have signs that just have the name of the street, or you could also have the Franklin Village logo on each one of those. They're all gonna just be a cost. And then the question is, can we get away with keeping a majority of the poles, figuring those are fine, and maybe they have to be readjusted, but structurally they're sound. So
Right.
we're only incurring the cost of replacing the 1 or 2 or 3 signs sitting on the top versus the cost of installing and maintaining poles. Or we scrap all of that and just go with the basic, which is keep our existing signs, have Jerry Johnson continue to go around and straighten them up and replace the ones that are broken when they're broken and put an end to it. And I don't think any of them included the grandiose wood branding of the entire village.
Are we?
The wood branding is only for historic.
All right, so why don't we
So, yeah.
make a proposal to, or I'll make a proposal to go out for bid to 3 sign companies to come back to us with ideas.
I can't support that. We need to be more definitive. Like, I agree with David. Somebody own this, bring back a proposal. Here are 2, 3, 4, 5 designs.
You know what?
Which one do we do?
Because this
I'll
is
do
the
it,
only
Bill.
thing.
Bill and I will do it.
Okay,
Bill and I will do it.
we got
Because
it.
Bill's the one who's
Okay.
I bought it. I'm the one who's kept all the inventories. We will take Rogers 200 and some, and the first thing we'll have to do is put together what would be the equivalent of a proposal. Here's a proposal to just replace the tops of all the signs.
Okay.
A proposal to replace the tops and install all new poles. And a proposal, I guess, just to see what it is, to replace them all with some
Fancy sign.
fancy signs.
Just
But I
creative.
I think
Don't
that's a
waste
waste of
your
time.
time.
Yeah, I agree.
That's a
But
waste
why
of
would we
time.
have to replace the poles? Like, what would be the reason
We
to
may not
replace
have
the
to.
poles?
We may not have to, but
Well, I don't
Why waste the money?
know. I don't know if somebody says those are old poles, you can't use those old poles
They're
for
not
the
gonna
new signs. I can't
they're gonna
imagine that being the
present us
case.
ideas. I was in the creative business for 4
Okay.
years. I presented ideas. and
David
people
Goldberg and
accepted
I
them.
will meet with Roger and we'll come back with a more definitive statement next month then.
I look forward.
Okay, I can't wait.
A professional
Okay,
company doesn't-
I suggest the next agenda item we defer. There's a lot of discussion on goals and objectives. They could even be a special meeting.
Yeah,
So if you're okay with that,
yeah.
we can either do it as part of next council meeting or do it at 6 o'clock next month.
Oh, that's a good idea.
But I think to do that one justice, you're okay with that?
Yes.
You want to schedule a 6 o'clock meeting?
Do we want a 6
A
o'clock?
month from now?
You're not saying, you don't want it at 6 o'clock?
No, I trust you two. Again, I think it's all gonna come down to cost because we are on a tight budget.
No, we're talking
and-
about goals and
Goals and
objectives.
Goals and
objectives.
objectives, goals and objectives we're talking.
No, I totally, and that's why I said cost is key.
I don't
Okay,
understand.
okay.
What do you mean?
Okay.
What do you want
We
to
have to pay for them.
We'll do a 6 o'clock meeting next month.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can get a grant to replace your shoe signs? I would-
Final statement of the
So we're
subcommittee.
meeting at 6 o'clock next time to talk about the goals and objectives.
Goals and objectives.
That's all.
That's it.
Okay, just making sure I
Yeah,
understand.
that was not what my reaction was about.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought it was, and I couldn't understand what you were talking about. Okay.
Okay. David, are you prepared to talk about this G, or should we roll that over to next time?
I thought we crossed it out.
Oh, the final statement?
Yeah, we talked about, hey, we've done all we can do.
Yeah, I mean, we shuttered the subcommittee so that there's no more interactions between the subcommittee and any of the cellular carriers. I can say that after having done this now in 2 different times, with 2 different groups of subcommittees, one when it was the planning commission and then once when it was the council, both times, the subcommittees have generally come back with the general conclusion of, in the big picture of things, we really don't have much say. We thought that at a minimum, we could control things with legislation, which we've now come to learn we can't. So we've now come to find that any of our efforts to reach out to the carriers and try and bring them in hasn't been well accepted. We have our own internal controversy in the village between the groups of us that, I want to say us, the groups of us in the village that are finding getting their cellular service to be the priority objective, that is now being counterbalanced by the other part of the village that says, before we worry about our cell service, we have to focus on the health ramifications. We are pretty clear that there's no set answer to the latter. So if we can't control it by legislature, and we have problems internally as to whether or not soliciting them is good or bad, we're pretty much still stuck doing nothing. And all that we're gonna do is wait for the cellular companies who have all the power and all the law and all the control and all the money to spend to do what they're gonna do. And all we will do is react to applications if and when they come in. That's it. And if there are others in our community that find there's alternate ways to do it or better ways to do it, they are welcome to take it upon themselves to figure it out and come back to us with something that we haven't figured out in the last 10 years.
That's a good summation, Counselor.
I have a question. We're surrounded by communities that have the same problems we do, and coping with state level legislation that removes choice. What does Birmingham, what does Beverly, what does,
Well, Birmingham allows cell towers.
They put up
everywhere.
cell towers.
Okay,
Bloomfield Township only allows them on Telegraph, and in the rest of their community,
And they
they
have
have done it
small
through small cells
Yeah.
without the pushback of the health ramifications of it that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
Maybe there has been, I'm not in Bloomfield, but they do have about 30 of them, and we have 6 of them. So clearly, they've accepted them before we have.
so they put their cellular infrastructure in place before the legislation that we are dealing with now.
I don't know the answer.
Theirs was put in at the same time ours was in 2009, something like
Okay.
that.
And all that those companies did was they gave us 6, and they gave Bloomfield about 30 of them.
Yeah.
But,
Okay.
Well, Bloomfield's a lot larger, so.
It's not
Well,
that,
It all boils down to population.
It's population
Population
consistent.
density and our desire not to have a 200-foot tower in the middle of town.
We approached this, we were not gonna talk about social mass of healthcare, because that was gonna go nowhere.
Right.
We approached it with, the best technical solution is right where we go. Cliffville Hills and Franklin, the distributed system is the best system. It is the best system out there.
and once we get our hands around the health aspects of them, then we can proceed.
Doesn't really matter because we don't have any control anyways.
Doesn't matter.
So what's the point, right? They're gonna do what they're gonna do when they're gonna do it, and we can't do anything about it, is what it sounds like.
We did have some success getting T-Mobile to move one small cell,
Right.
couple hundred feet.
That's
And that's,
encouraging.
I
that's
don't
where-
think we ever give up talking to our vendors, like
Right.
DTE, we've had some luck with that, you know, getting them to do some trimming, and apparently it's made a difference.
Right.
So we're not gonna ever completely give it up, but we're sort of powerless, and we just have to own it, so. I'd say let's
Okay.
move on.
Let's move on.
Okay.
I have a public comment,
Oh,
please. We do have a public hearing that we're going to be scheduling to address this, am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've committed to doing that? Okay, I just want to make sure.
The-
We do have some control. We just have to, there's ways we can do things that
Well, give
we
your
would like to
input to the
discuss
public hearing.
and put out as options, because clearly,
We're
you're
waiting,
not-
we're waiting to see those options.
okay,
address
you're
the-
saying you're waiting.
For the public hearing.
Okay, we're not following you. Are you talking about the one specific application that's pending, or are you talking about globally?
I'm talking about cellular infrastructure from this point forward.
We're not
There's-
doing anything.
We're done.
We're done.
We're done.
We're out of the cellular business.
Okay, we still need to address this pending application. We still need to keep our eyes on the ball regarding future applications. There are things we can do. There's things we can do from a municipal code standpoint. And the way things have been happening thus far, we have attempted to submit a FOIA request to get some information. We really haven't received anything, based on a few similar, maybe we were asking for too many things. But anyway, we have not received information that we requested, so we will go back to that drawing board and try and put the pieces in the puzzle together so that we can go forward with the best possible
Who- wait,
solution for our community.
Us or some third party?
I put in a FOIA request with Roger, so.
What you're trying to find out?
Oh, we just wanted the interactions with the cellular providers. We wanted a copy of the application. We wanted to know who the contact people were for the various cellular providers that were approached. Also, that any cellular providers that approached us and those communications. But that was turned down flat. We got we got the application from not T-Mobile, but from the Extenet, yeah. And that really didn't give us a lot of information at all. So when we were told, hey, just give T-Mobile a call. Well, we don't have any contact information. We've requested that information. We still don't have it. And we requested that quite a long time ago.
So-
But that's neither here nor there.
With regard to the FOIA request, was it we didn't respond, or there wasn't as much material as you were
There
looking
what,
for?
basically, we asked for too much. That was the bottom line. So we will scale back our request so that we make it reasonable. We're just trying to be able to put the pieces of the puzzle together so that when we do have a public hearing, it can be productive and we can really look at this with.
I think the next step is at the planning commission, not here, so I would,
Hmm?
I think the next step is at the planning commission. I would go there.
Okay, okay, great. I'll talk to Stuart. And basically, my effort is let's put all the pieces of the puzzle together and see what we can do moving forward. And educate the public on what this really is. Because Birmingham, might have 1 million towers. That doesn't make it right. That doesn't make it healthy. It doesn't make it smart. You see there's a huge public court case going on right now in Wyandotte, okay? They're going on appeal. So there's a lot of things going on, and there's some victories being made and had around the country. And I don't want you guys to give up. It's really important. We've elected you to do some powerful things. And I believe we can do them together.
I look forward to getting your specific comments, Kat. I'd like to see what you really, give us some details. Give that to the planning commission, we'll go through it.
Okay, if you're
Okay.
opening the door for me to participate in this, I would love that.
Are we committed to a public hearing on cell service?
No,
Or-
it's the
Just
application.
Howard is being put at Woodside on 13. That's the
That's the
application.
public hearing.
And as far as I understand, the public hearing basically is it following the rules that are set out for it? And if it is, it sounds to me, from what I've read, is that the planning commission has no choice but to approve it. It's not like that the planning commission is going to be able to.
That's
make
not
a-
true, Kathy. I don't.
That's what that's all
No.
I know, that's why I'm.
No, it is about a discussion and a decision, and we get a chance to make that decision, whether it be yes or
Get
no.
that choice to make that decision, and then if they don't like the decision, then they have the choice to sue us because our decision contradicts
Right.
state law, so.
Well, we've got attorneys that we can tap into that could very easily put that to rest. So we We're not coming at this from a
Associated.
position of, no hope and no authority. So we've
Okay,
got some
let's-
tools in our toolbox we would like to explore.
Let's move
Trust
on.
me. Thank you.
Okay, we have a
Bust 'em out.
civic events permit for Dog and Donuts.
Motion to
On October
approve.
7th.
I'll second it.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
We have 3 proclamations that are in your folder. One for recognizes National Recovery and National Suicide Prevention Month.
Motion.
One is,
You want to combine them?
let's just
I'll
do
make
them
a
all.
motion to
But
approve.
hold on, let me at least define them, and then you can make that motion. National Recovery Month, National Suicide Prevention Month, and then the DAR has National Constitution Week. So those are the 3 proclamations. that we-
I was gonna say, hang on, can we do them separately or I think separately, but as presented, because the whole point is to actually read through them. Right, for the
I was
awareness.
trying to save time, but we can read through them.
I'll take the extra 15.
Yeah, that's the whole idea of the proclamation, is so that the people out there actually hear what is said.
Yeah.
Anybody want to read through them?
Sure.
Okay,
Well, you do the first one, I'll read the second.
Yeah.
I can read,
okay.
comfortable.
And I'll read the third.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep, yep.
Okay, so, National Recovery Month, September 2023. Whereas according to the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, in 2021, 16.5% of Americans, or 46.3 million people, 12 years or older, were classified as having substance use disorder in the past year, including 29.5 million people who were classified as having an alcohol use disorder and 24 million people who were classified as having a drug use disorder. And whereas according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, over 105,000 overdose deaths occurred in the United States in 2022, a 2% decrease from 2021. And whereas substance use recovery is important for individual well-being and vitality, as well as for families, friends, communities, and businesses, and whereas the OCHN continues to educate and raise awareness of the risk and potential harm associated with prescription drug use, and whereas stigma and stereotypes associated with substance use disorders often keep people from seeking treatment that could improve their quality of life, and whereas substance use disorders occur when the recurrent use of alcohol and other drug cause clinically or functionally significant impairment such as health problems, disability, and failure to meet major responsibilities at work, school, or home. And whereas substance use disorder recovery is a journey of healing and transformation, enabling people to live in a community of their choice while striving to achieve their full potential. And whereas substance use disorder recovery benefits individuals with substance use disorders by focusing on their ability to live, work, learn, and fully participate and contribute to society, and enriches the community culture. And now, therefore, be it resolved that Oakland Community Health Network hereby recognizes September 2023 as National Recovery Month. OCHN calls upon the individual government agencies and public and private institutions, businesses, faith-based organizations, and schools to recommit our state to increasing awareness and understanding of substance use and the need for appropriate and accessible service to promote recovery.
I move that we adopt September 2023 as National Recovery Month in the Village of Franklin.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
National Suicide Prevention Month, September 2023. Whereas September is known as National Suicide Prevention Month and is intended to help raise awareness surrounding suicide prevention resources available in the community. And whereas World Suicide Prevention Day is observed each year on September 10th. And whereas suicidal thoughts can affect anyone regardless of age, gender, race, orientation, income level, religion, or background. And whereas according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, each year more than 48,000 people die by suicide. And whereas suicide is the second leading cause of death for people 10 to 34 years of age, the fourth leading cause among people 35 to 54 years of age, and the eighth leading cause among people 55 to 64 years of age. And whereas organizations like the National Alliance on Mental Health, Illness, and National Suicide Prevention Lifeline 988 work to help individuals in crisis and provide resources to shed light on the highly stigmatized topic. And whereas every member of our community should understand that throughout life's struggles, we all need the occasional reminder that we are all silently fighting our own battles. And whereas Oakland County Community Health Network is committed to being a zero suicide organization and cultivate a network of providers who are engaged in the zero suicide philosophy. Now therefore be it resolved that Oakland County Community Health Network hereby recognizes September 2023 as National Suicide Prevention Month. OCHN calls upon our individuals, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, faith-based organizations, and schools to recommit our state to increasing awareness and understanding of suicide prevention and the need for appropriate and accessible services to assist individuals in crisis.
Have a motion to approve this statement?
So I would move that, I would move that we recognize September 23 as National Suicide Prevention Month in Franklin.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
All right, you want me to do proclamation for Constitution Week? Whereas the Constitution of the United States of America embodies the principles of our constitutional republic and the liberties it proclaims, and whereas September 17, 2023 marks the 236th anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention, and whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this most important document and its memorable anniversary, and to the civic celebrations which will commemorate the occasion, and whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States designating September 17th through September 23rd as Constitution Week. Now therefore, I, Michael Seltzer, by virtue of the authority vested in me as trustee of the Franklin Village Council in the state of Michigan, do hereby proclaim the week of September 17th through September 23rd as Constitution Week, and ask our citizens to reaffirm the ideals of the framers of the Constitution by protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties, knowing that lost rights may never be regained. And so I thereby proclaim Constitution Week.
So that's a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you.
All right, very brief discussion now.
Okay.
On the Broughton House sign, I have an idea that what we're missing is an opportunity to take advantage of all of the traffic on Franklin Road, hundreds of cars going back and forth on Franklin Road every day, and other villages, cities have a sign, an official sign, a permanent sign, whether it's brick or wood or whatever, with a marquee that allows you to post information consistent with whatever we're doing, like council meets tonight at 7 p.m. Special meeting in the church next Thursday on cell towers, etc. So I would like to propose that we look at creating a sign or maybe a subcommittee, I don't know, or just turn this over to Roger and let him go out and do an RFP to get a permanent sign placed in front of the Broughton House that would allow for the changing of messaging.
You're not talking about an electronic sign.
No, I'm not talking about electronic sign. I'm talking about the kind of sign that's in front of the church that says church services at 11 a.m. on Sunday.
So,
And we can change the letters.
I support, let's find something that's appropriate for the nature of the village.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the next one.
Design.
And what?
Let's take a look at the next one,
Historical
what's out there.
Architecture, or, I mean, it's in a historic district, so it'd have to be historically designed or whatever, yeah.
Some appropriate design.
And you're talking about like the kind where you put the letters on.
Yes.
Not. like-
And we would modify it as we need to for a Main Street event, for, a roundup is coming.
We could
for-
get a town crier with a bell.
What's that?
Get a town crier with a bell. That's historic.
Yeah, we could have that too.
But only-
So can we give Roger the authority to go out and look at options to present to us?
Pam, you had a
Go ahead, Pam.
Well, I like the idea of an electronic sign.
I agree.
You do?
However, we have this lighting ordinance. So I would ask, as part of our I agree with you that we need to move this over to Roger and do some reconnaissance.
Okay.
And I would also make a request of the planning commission, because David made a really good argument about there are multiple situations that maybe we haven't thoroughly vetted, this being one of them. What potential, I like electronic signs, and I think there are some beautiful ones that aren't as glaring as they used to be. But could you take a look at that, Stuart, and talk with Roger?
The other thing too is we could also regulate the hours in which it's run, right?
Yes.
And because again, if I have to think about, if we would forego going electric sign, and we could curb that by just changing the hours that we run it.
Of course.
We're able to put out so much more information. I
Yes.
would imagine that the maintenance of it is significantly easier. So I don't want to rule out the
And
the
Dana
electronic.
System can just-
I was thinking about historic,
Yeah.
and that would not be
So
consistent with
here's
historic.
what I'll do, because I'm the liaison to the HDC. I'm gonna connect with Gary Roberts, who's the chairperson, and I'll ask him for his input on this project.
Yep.
And I'll bring that back by next month.
Just to the point of adding time windows, it's not simplifying the ordinance. So,
Yeah, that's something we definitely have.
But do we agree that this would be a good use of village resource?
Yes.
Yes.
And talking about communication and the lack thereof, that would
The number of
satisfy,
people that walk and drive by that sign on a regular
Right.
basis.
pay your taxes today,
Even
vote
if the
today.
sign said, send Dana your email address.
I want a guy with a bell. You know?
You're it.
That's what I want.
And a wool
You know, I
coat.
want a costume.
can I say that's the feedback from planning? 'Cause I want, we need a town crier.
You know?
Well,
I want,
at
you
Christmas
know,
time,
Old English or whatever.
I ring the bell in front of supermarkets at Christmas time.
How about if we adjourn this meeting?
Are we making a
Meeting.
motion though? Are we doing anything with that or are we waiting for Pam to have a conversation? Perfect. Okay.
What?
I heard I got an assignment.
Feedback from the,
So I was just thinking, are we, before we send Roger off, having a discussion with Gary Roberts around the
And I
historical?
I will relay that to,
But in the meantime, I'm gonna do some.
you're gonna do some work.
Okay.
Yes, and planning commission is gonna,
Go to ETC first.
What?
That's the historic downtown, so. HTC's gonna have to sign up.
That's why,
If it's a no-go, no matter what?
yeah.
No, yeah, yeah.
No, HDC
All right.
doesn't have the right to say yay or nay. They only have this control
To
over what it
advise.
looks like.
Well,
Again, see, that's where we're getting, because.
let me talk to Gary. Let's not go any further with this tonight.
Controversial.
Yeah, because again, that leads to the whole where we're going. It was the whole.
Right?
Yeah, well.
Go back, check the record, that was a no.
minute,
Mark
and
second.
5 minutes.
That's the case.
We get an official adjournment.
Motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.